We cannot hear you, please.
Can't hear me.
To that's one of the things that we need to address. And what is that we are doing with these variety launches that have happened or varieties that are released? So one of the key things is we need to identify the touch points where the growers are interacting with while they are selling their produce or while they are buying the yam tubers, seed tubers, or when they are selling their produce to the processors, or an agro retail shop where they are buying their inputs for their farming. So we need to identify the touch points where we think the information about these varieties has to be displayed. And this information can be displayed in a couple of forms. One is leaflets, the other one is poster, and one of the most efficient these days is about social media. So how we can put up the information about these varieties and what are the key attributes, how they are going to help grower to improve their productivity on their farm. And the way to put it is just like writing in a document form and putting it there doesn't appeal and doesn't create much interest with the grower community. So they should have it in like half a minute or 1 minute video. And that video can be showing the important attributes of the variety or an animation saying the good traits of those varieties as well. So why we want to do this? Because growers do not have access to the information about the improved varieties and how we should get that information to them so that at least they have an idea that there is something that they want to try. Otherwise, we are releasing and most of the time, maybe there is some activities done on that front, but the visibility of new releases is not there. That's my opinion, maybe that's my take. So the first thing is to come up on a poster or a leaflet or even within the short video that we want to make about the variety. First is we need to identify. So the whole idea of yesterday, Dr. From Benin, I forgot the name. No, from Benin. Dancy, Professor Dancy, he was putting up variety information, the slide or the template that I gave it to him. Why we need that template is because that information on that slide about the variety profile, why, what resistances it has, and what is it good about, that information will be used as the features of that variety. And what does these features give? These features have to define the advantages, what this variety is going to give to the grower. And these advantages have to translate to the benefits. So the grower may not understand the dry matter if you put it lamely as dry matter, but we have to explain why dry matter is good and what benefits he will have with this improved dry matter in a variety. So the translation of the scientific terms into layman's language is more about communication and making them understand this variety can help them better. And that's what we will have to come up with, saying that in a very simpler forms, either it in a video or it in a leaflet or it in a poster. So that's what we need to do. And to come up with this, the template that I provided in the, or Professor Dancy used to show the important attributes of the varieties that were promoted, and that content of that slide will be useful to define, could be emotional benefits, could be tangible or intangible benefits for the grower. So that's why we thought putting up information about the variety in that slide for those varieties that are promoted for one stage to another helps. And if you start doing this exercise from early advancement of varieties, so by the time we come to a release, we must have gathered so much of information about the variety, so the marketing messages becomes much easier for us to send in a video form or in a poster form. So, but before we release, probably we need to really define under what market context are we releasing this variety, or this release which is going to impact which market segment. And then we define that market segment like, okay, there are so many growers and this will impact subsistence growers because they have this pain point. Then we understand the customer insights. In the subsistence growers, they are mostly looking at domestic consumption, mostly maybe 60-70% of the growers prefer to use their yam as a domestic consumption and the remaining 40% as selling to the market. So then if 60% is consumed, so why are they consuming that variety more? So I think these studies, surveys are already done. But the big thing is we haven't defined the features and the benefits of these varieties in a way that growers understood them very well. Then why, as a breeding community, we believe this variety will really address their pain points. And that is what we need to really understand when we want to take a variety to the market. Then what is that thing that is clearly different from the varieties they are growing? And that should be very clearly defined when we go for the release. I mean, obviously we talk about yield, we talk about resistance, we talk about maybe oxidation percentage, those kind of things. But are the varieties with growers, are they not having these traits? Or how much of improvement have we made over the existing varieties? And that at least first we have to understand for ourselves. Then we have to summarize in a way that, okay, this is excellent, or this is very good, or this is good for that particular trait that we want to take it. Then eventually we have to come up with a statement saying that, okay, this excellent white yam for Guinea savanna, then for very good poundability or boiling, it will address, or it can stay long without oxidation for 2 hours or 3 hours, something like that. So this is the whole essence, but we don't really, I'm not insisting that we should follow this one, but we can pick some of the things that we want to address. One of the things is we have released 5 varieties in the past 2 years, but where do they fit in the market context? And that's the biggest question I always question myself, like, where do we position these 5? Okay, within those 5, there are 2 rotundata and 3 alata. Okay, that big difference is there. But those 2 rotundatas, which of those varieties in the marketplace will replace these 2 newly released varieties? And without that understanding, it is very difficult to come up with a plan of launching a product, because we do not know which market segments we want to position them and where exactly we need to put up demand creation trials to create some traction for the varieties. So I think understanding that market context of this release really helps us to take forward. The next one is, okay, now we have 5 varieties released and we have it in our hands. What is the best thing we can do about with those varieties? 3 alata and 2 rotundata. The first thing is for us to define, okay, which varieties we will start working on to promote in the different market segments of within the yam in different, or probably in Nigeria, because that's what is the biggest market we saw yesterday. So now, though I put this example for cassava, but I thought it will apply for yam as well. So now for us to create demand for these varieties, which agroecology are we going to target? And within that agroecology, which variety we are going to target? And within that one, how many demonstrations we will create, or we will establish, how many demos we will establish, and who is that seed producer that will be involved from the beginning, so that when the farmers start asking about this variety, we already have that, okay, this is a seed grower you have to connect to. Because as an entity ourselves, we can't do seed production and that stuff, or seed multiplication. We have to connect the producer and the grower in some way. So within this process of 1 year, we try to come up with the good marketing content for the variety that can be put on social media or that can be put on a leaflet or a poster, because every community has a market day that might rotate every week or every 15 days, or there are markets that are like uh, open on all 7 days in a week. So we put some posters about these varieties, showcasing its benefits for the growers. If they try to adopt these varieties, they benefit somehow. So I think with that way, the visibility of these varieties increases. Then it will be, I think, I don't expect that they pick up the variety right first year, but in 3 years' time, at least we see some of the growers who sit on the fence, or who believes that the progressive growers who believes, oh, I think this will help me. I think the early adopters will eventually pick it up. So there are a couple of things that we need to decide either today or I do not know when, but we need to understand which variety will be demonstrated in which part of Nigeria, first one. And if it is that, if that part is defined, then how many demos are we going to do? And who will be responsible for that? Then what, at the end, at the harvest time, who are the stakeholders we want to bring in so that the adoption level increases, provided those stakeholders come there. Then what is the seed multiplication plan we have on the back, on the hand side, to promote this variety to the next level in the second year? Then in this whole year, when we plan demos, we should have a good communication strategy of developing the content for communication. And since yam is more than 6 months crop or 8 months crop, so we need to capture the traits that are interest to the grower at different growing stages of the crop. Then we also have to see, for example, if we have done all these things and the variety is in the market and the seed companies have started to do some seed multiplication with the different technologies we have they have at their disposal, and we need to track how much of seed they are selling of this variety. So to really have an understanding of, okay, whether there is an impact to the grower by changing this variety, or this is not just being adopted. Then that gives
Excuse
us
me, Vish.
feedback.
Excuse me, Vish.
Yeah,
Could you please put the slide in presentation mode?
but it's in presentation now.
No, it is in speakers mode,
Oh,
unfortunately.
It is like now. Yeah, it's okay. It became well, it's great. I think the computer is okay now. Yeah.
that's okay now. Okay. Then
Share screen, please. Now it's coming, but now, and please presentation mode. Speakers mode again. Yeah, now, great, thank you.
okay, thanks. So when we are doing all of these activities, we need to identify our key stakeholders. I mean, we are stakeholders because we have had this opportunity of developing this variety from the early stages to and giving it to our stakeholders, the national partners. But from the handover to national partners, I think 80% of it is their responsibility to promote this variety as much as they can. And that's when they have to come up with, okay, these are the partners or the extension agents that we need to work with to really take this variety forward. And provided the variety is doing well even in the demos as well. Then we also have to come up from our side, what would that 20% of our time to promoting this variety cost? Because that is also an important component when you are doing variety promotions. I think we should still support the national partners with this, getting them the communication materials about the varieties, and with their support, I think we can't do it alone. So with their support, because they are more close to the growers. So these are all the things that we need to decide, because we have 5 varieties in our hands, but which variety to choose and where to trial it or where to demonstrate it, and how many LGAs we want to demonstrate it to get the real traction for the variety. I think those are still unanswered questions. Probably, Dr. Asrat, in your plan, you may have some insights on that one. Then when I was going through one report, so basically yam is moving around within different communities or states in Nigeria. So the big ones I have, looking at the arrows, so I have no clue, but looking at these arrows, I thought these are the 5 big trading areas for yam, or somehow they passes through the, either they transit or they stay there, but eventually these are the 5 big yam market zones. Either they are produced there or marketed there, or they just become a transit for another markets. But eventually there should be some buzz even before the variety release. When we are doing on-farm trials, I think we should start creating some buzz about these varieties in those locations, because looks like there are very much key important players in those locations. They might even decide which variety even to be pushed into the market or blocked or for various reasons. I think this is my first understanding looking at this map of yam distribution routes in Nigeria. I think we should take advantage of this. Some good survey was done to come up with this slide. So, but how and how we can engage this, or how we can be present in those markets to get the visibility of, or how we can engage them even before the release of the variety, so that once it is released, they pick up. I believe when the areas are so much concentrated about the yam coming into that city or local government and moving out, I do believe they also sell seed yam. So if the markets are also handling seed yam, I think that's another channel we should uh, probe to get this variety access to them. And then, like I was mentioning about the touch points, so what do growers like? Where exactly they want to get the information about the new technologies that are being developed in that particular crop of their interest? And where do they get their information from? Is it on the social media, or is it on the demo field day, or is it radio, or is it uh, maybe when they go to the yam market, the retailer or the wholesaler is giving them, hey, this variety is good, this LGA, these farmers are growing it so much. So where do they get the real-time information on the variety choice or this kind of things? I think we need to come up with this list of things where grower really gets about information, be it agronomy, be it crop protection, be it weed management, or be it variety choice, or access to new varieties, or access to seed. We need to come up with the list of things that grower will get his information from. And those points become touch points, because every time grower is going there, he is trying to get information for his crop. In this case, it's yam. So we identify those touch points, then we come up with, okay, which touch points we can manage. Social media, I think it's easy. I think we can manage that part. Then handling or working with yam growers association, I think that we can manage well, because we are working different projects, we are working with them. And working with the marketers, because we had a couple of them in the meeting in Abuja. So I think those are the big touch points we have at our disposal as of now. But there are some touch points which are not in the list or which we cannot address at this point of time, but listing that all the touch points where grower gets his information on the yam particular. I mean, it can be any topic on yam. I think we should come up with a list and see where, if we put some effort in that touch point, I think the effect will be better. I think zero downing on those 3, 4, 5, or 6 touch points and working towards working on them really helps in variety promotion. Okay, so that's where I will stop. I think Dr. Asrat has some views on how they want to take these new varieties to the market. Probably we'll listen to Dr. Asrat. Sorry? Maybe let's finish this topic, then we go for it.
No, I think
There are questions and comments in the chat.
okay. Yeah.
Okay, so after I think Dr. Asad presentation, I think we will get back to this, the questions or comments in the chat.
How to get this in USB?
Okay.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I think I have some points that maybe we need to discuss.
Excuse me, Asrat.
You can't hear me? Yes?
This is again in speakers mode. It was in presentation mode, and then it switched to speakers mode. Excuse me.
Okay. Wait. How about now?
Now it's good. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, so I think what I can do is I have some, when I was just yesterday thinking, and at some point maybe we need to make it clear for all of us. So what it means for us, a product advancement meeting. Maybe I want to share some of my points. Oh, sorry, it is blocking. Okay, so my points for clarity on product advancement is really what is product advancement for us, from maybe for as an institute. And then I think I have some kind of two major points, but some sub points in that area. So I try to see, can we really differentiate technical advancement meeting from commercial advancement meeting? Maybe you can also give some of your reflection on this. When I'm saying technical advancement meeting, so who to involve in this meeting? And for me, like, it's more of technical. It has to be more of cohort or pipeline-based meeting involving breeders and very technical team, so that they can see the details of your data. And I also think that mostly this kind of meeting need to be done within a crop, or within a crop it is only a single pipeline. If they are working team, then they can special screening or early product testing stage, where you can discuss all the details of your materials and also your data, and then how you are going to advance to the next stage. That's, I think, one point. So the other point I'm thinking is about the commercial advancement meeting. So types or stages where we need to consider. So one I'm thinking is pre-commercial advancement meeting. And if we see the pre-commercial advancement meeting, so who to involve in this meeting, like production team or the seed team, who can see or how much it will cost to produce this product. And if we have like people from the, agronomy or from pathology or from other section, or maybe from trait integration team, to confirm that the claimed traits really exist or integrated in the products we are proposing, and also it is stability, how stable it is. And also to have get some market team to understand the market needs and how the candidates or the putative candidates meet the market needs or technically fit for commercial fitness testing. So I feel that maybe at the stage of national performance testing stage, or what we call it MLT or RVT or NPT, at that stage maybe we can consider as a pre-commercial advancement meeting, where we can identify those materials we really want to for the national performance evaluation. We can check all those information and also involve this kind of people and discuss or deliberate on the material, either we should proceed with those materials or not. The other, maybe the advanced part of the commercial advancement meeting is, I would say, I think it's more of the commercial advancement meeting, where you have like the market and the product launch team, partners from seed business, extension. It's, for me, is when we are identifying candidates for release and for release nomination. And then when we are thinking of validation in the on farm, apply for release as per the regulation, then we can have more people to discuss on these varieties and what is their value if we move these materials for the release, and how many materials we need to include, which market segment, which ecology, and how we are going to test them for validation, because whatever we say has to be validated with on-farm as a growers, or how we need to approach processors, how we can capture the data that required for release, and how is we going to name those varieties if it comes. So this kind of thing. And I think the last one I'm thinking is this one. Maybe my question is that commercial advancement meeting should be a crop specific or institutional, because it's a kind of an institution. So we have many crops. Then it should be a bigger meeting where all present and the people deliberate and discuss and then give approval for the next stage meeting, and we involve more people, maybe more stakeholders who can say about this. And also it's included, because once we say okay, then it has to be presented to the other committee at the release, and it has to be defended. And if it is released, then I would say this one as maybe a business meeting or commercial deployment meeting, when the variety is technically and commercially fit. So that's kind of a high-level meeting, branding, naming, so how to launch it. and then how to conduct the demand creation and have a seed roadmap to satisfy the demand. So I don't know which kind of strategy we need to follow. Otherwise, if we mix technical advancements with commercial advancement, then we lack some common understanding, or we need to have a kind of a modality, or that has to be a crop specific at some point, and maybe more general for the institution, maybe for IITA or maybe from West Africa. This kind of feeling. Maybe I think if we get some clarity on this, it will be okay before I just move to the next stage. The comments maybe.
Yeah, thank you. And this is very important topic. And that's one of the reasons why we said we will discuss this part in AOB about the PLC stages. So where product life cycle stages, I think I will because we have come to the topic. So I will show you that slide and I will explain all these components are covered in PLC stage, how I show it. And you will, part of your concerns will be addressed in that slide when I explain, and part maybe not. We will see how much of your comments are accommodated there. Let me go back to my presentation. Yeah. When I show you the one slide, there are more slides to it, but I will show one slide. Then we will see that one. See the screen? Can you see my screen?
This is now speaker's view. Yeah, good.
Yeah. So, Dr. Asrat, that's why we thought we will have a unified approach to all different stages of trialing, and we want to start of applying this principle across crops within the scope of IITA for now, or maybe different CGRs also will follow the same structure eventually. So you said there should be one of the component of your slide was having just technical and breeders to decide what you want to do at advancement of different materials within the trialing. And that part is addressed from 0 to 5. 0 to 5 is completely breeders. You don't want to get involved, what you advance, what you don't want to advance, what you want to drop, which material you want to take, which pipeline. That is completely breeders' discretion. We are not involved in that place. But when you want to take something from stage 4 to stage 5, at least that time, a product manager or seed production, seed multiplication team, or somebody will start getting involved, because that's when we feel that this material is getting a bit more importance. But until stage 4 or stage 5, it's completely breeders. We are not getting involved there, and we don't even ask what is happening with that line or anything. It's your thing. But the moment, that's why we put PAM in the first place, is after stage 5 is the first PAM is where, that's when we will, once you present the materials you want to promote from stage 5 to stage 6, that's when we get involved and we start asking questions. Why you think this is important? What traits it has over to the material that is already in the marketplace? That's when we'll start asking some questions to get more clarity for ourselves about the variety. And if breeders are interested, you can take us when you are doing stage 4 or stage 5 trials, you can take us to show the variety's performance or the trait attributes it has, and all that stuff. The stage 6 is, that's when, from stage 5 to stage 6 is, that's when you are giving the lines to partners. Stage 5 to stage 6 is when you are giving lines to partners, and it is complete responsibility of the partners. Here, the partners is national institutions. So they will trial it for 1, 2, 3 years, depending upon the confidence they get on the variety. It's not mandatory that you try 2 years and eventually it has to get released. No. If the variety performance is, for some reason you want to put 10 trials and only 5 of them are really established and they are looking good, but with those 5 trials, you can't make a decision about the variety. We have to go back and retest those varieties, because to get confidence on the variety that it will certainly perform in this market segment or in this agroecology. That's when we will have, after year 1, after stage 5, we'll have first PAM. Then stage 6, we have, after 1 year, we have another PAM, because we want to discuss what happened to these materials in the first year of trialing. Okay, we got the advancements, but what is the status now with the larger scope of testing of these materials, where exactly they are fitting well? Then the next PAM is, the third PAM is, after second year of trialing with the partners, that's when we agree, okay, that's when the number of varieties are pretty much less. It is stage 5 to stage 6. That's why I was asking yesterday, how many varieties you think we can move? So my gut feel always is not more than 6 varieties. That's just long, because 6 plus 2 checks or 3 checks, it becomes almost, in a trial, you become 10 varieties. So from those 6, year 1, we get the performance results, and year 2, we get the performance results. Then based on looking at year 1, year 2 in so many locations, then we also look back at the history of the line that has come through from 0 to 5. Combining all these results, then we say, okay, this variety has done really well for this trade, for this ecology, this market segment. Then we make a decision, okay, let's move it forward. We get involved mostly from stage 5 to stage 6 and whole of stage 6. And when the variety is released in the first year, stage 7, because that's when the variety is released, we need to support the partners and that stuff. So we do that one. After stage, when it is released and it's already in the market, how to promote it more, we can support. That's why this one, I said our involvement as IITA keeps going down. But still we will be connected to the variety, because we are the ones who developed it. If it is the case that the line has come from our breeding program. If it is NARS, I think they will have to do their own strategy of how they want to do it. But eventually from stage 8, I think it is bigger role is for the NARS to promote the variety. So once every year we will have these 3 meetings or 1 meeting, because it's not 3 meetings in a year, it's different years. So we will get feedback from NARS, oh, that variety we started, but in this ecology, it's not doing good. And that's when we say, okay, can we fix this problem for this variety? Then we go back and we try to approach it in a different way of developing a variety or a clone with the different germplasm, or looking at the genetic diversity we have within the crop. We try to look at it. So this is what we want to bring across crops for now, because we are in IITA to IITA crops. Maybe eventually this will be followed in other crops as well. I hope this must have given some kind of insights into your concerns about product advancement meeting.
In this, the slide you are showing to us, for me is more of when we move material to the national performance trial, and from that, when we propose for release nomination, at least 2 or 3 varieties, that's where I see your clarity on where you are addressing the technical issue, as well as how it's fit for commercial. When I say fit for commercial, it's good for production, and this also meets the release requirement of the country as a specific regulation. And then when it's get released, because you are not the one who is going to decide either to release or not to release, guided by the national variety release guideline. When it is released, then as a team, then we need to think, if it is like released, then how many or how much of seed we have. What's the strategy? Because whatever your material you present may be released or may not be released, or they may ask you to repeat it if they are not confident with the data you are presenting to them. And then they have also just sent their own team to come and inspect on station as well as on farm. So that's, I think we need, and that meeting for me is initially, could it be like, or be a kind of crop specific? Because it looks like for me, high level where we can get more people in and get their ideas and their views. So yeah, I think we are on the same line, but you know, just like advancing from that early stage, as you say, from 0 to 5, whatever, and then give is more of technical, and that needs the technical. But for breeders, maybe we can also involve some other crops to see and comment on what we are doing. And when the material is okay, then we put for the national performance. So that's a stage, I think that for me, it needs to be technical. I think it's okay, but we need to have a clarity so that we should not mix together and get confused.
I understand your concern or comment. So usually what happens is advancement meeting is many stakeholders are involved, and there is a breeding strategy meeting, that is the breeders or within the breeding team, you decide on, like you said, you want to have a trait specialist, or they are confirming to you that this line is fixed for this particular trait and those kind of things. It's all between 0 to 5. So you can have a yearly breeders meeting for yam, or if you want to involve other crops, most welcome, because you want to know what's happening on other crops as well. Or it could be like the R4D week. If I can see it, it could be an R4D week where you decide. I do not know what is the agenda or mission of R4D week, but if I would see it, that could be because all crops breeders are at one place, and it could be, I don't know, if thinking differently, that could be the week where you discuss a solid breeding pipeline, what you want to do, what traits you are working on, and that stuff. But if it is not the case and you can't accommodate in R4D week, I think as a YAM team, you should have a separate breeding strategy meeting, 1 or 2 days or 3 days, depending on how many days it will take for you all to agree on, okay, these are the lines we want to promote to 0 to 3, or lines is fixed or not. That's completely internal breeding. I think that will help your technical team to come together and agree on what materials you want to take forward and why you want to take forward. But for us, at least the first time you want to give it to the partners, what material is going to the partners, and that's where we want to know, because that's when we get involved a bit more. I think that's where I will stop, but I would open the floor to the comments from other participants on the call.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. While the discussion was ongoing, we are talking about product advancement. And at the end of the day, we are envisaging that this product has to pass or has to acquire a varietal status, and with all the market implications. Now, for us in a public breeding system, we are structured by some set of norms and bureaucratic rules. And if as a breeder, I have to advance my materials, or probably try to give my material some varietal status, there are basic prerequisites from the varietal release committee. In all fairness, all this commercial branding, which is a very critical component of a change of thinking in the way we do things, it's very important. But basically, what is needed by that committee for the product to fly, it's a convincing on-station data, which you can consider as early breeding, early clonal evaluation stages, which is strictly control of the researcher or the breeder, or with collaborators. Then the NCRP, which is now referred to Asrat as in the NPT, the multi-locational trials kind of. And after that, you have an on-farm data. So this has to flow in sequence. Now the question I have is, and it's purely a technical committee. Of course, there are stakeholders that, like the farmers' input, the National Seed Service, and some professional bodies that make input, but it's a purely technical meeting. Now, the question I have is, if we give a product that we're advancing with so much commercial interest or commercial flow, and it gets to that meeting, it doesn't fly, what's the implication of the investments that actually been made? And I'm just thinking, if the concept of commercializing these materials before they get to the market with varietal status, is there a way some of those investments can be placed at a very advanced breeding stage? Kind of. So, well, every country varies, and there are protocols, and every crop system varies. So I'm talking about the concept of our own system back home in Nigeria. So, because most of these might not really be needed in the context of, in the process of trying to give those materials some varietal status. Now, when does that commercialization start in the right sense of it? I mean, when you go on farm, you are making some level of commercialization. When you even go for MLT and CRP trials with partners, there's some level of awareness that is going on in those materials. But the real advocacy for these materials, and what level of advocacy in terms of time, in terms of, let me say it's a quantification in the grade of 100%. And if you now try to establish a gradient in terms of commercial investment, at what level of percentage will you allocate to all these breeding stages in terms of commercialization? So I just think that we need to strike a balance with a working bureaucratic system as well. So that's my point.
Okay, thank you. One of the things, at least what I'm clear in my head, is about we are not going to interfere in variety release process. That's very clear from our side, at least from my side. So if a material has moved from 0 to 5 to 6 to 7, that is purely on the variety strength. Okay, all the data that has been collected from early stages to late stages. And that's what you'll present at the variety release committee. I'm not going to make any inputs. The variety has to stand, and people have to appreciate the variety, and they release it. We are not going to make any inputs on that one. We are saying when the testing has to go in a larger scale, when it comes to NARS partners, and you come with the results, we are not doing anything there. So it's, you say, you propose, okay, this variety is doing good, we want to release this. We will just support it, because all that we are saying is when the varieties are moving from 5 to 6, okay, we want to know which varieties are moving forward. We are not blocking anything. We want to say anything about, oh, this should go, this should not go. No. We say, okay, these are going because of 1, 2, 3 things. Then we want to follow that variety until the end. And only at stage 7 comes in for a variety only when it's released by the release committee. Until then, it will not get a status of a variety until they release the variety. It will still be a line or a pedigree in your breeding pipeline. So only at stage, once the variety release committee releases the variety, that's when we will start our promotion or whatever with the different stakeholders or extension agents in the NARS system. We'll try to work with them to establish demo, to create awareness about the variety, to put a poster in a touch point where we think this will give some impact to the grower. That's when we will start only in stage 7. Until we finish stage 6, we are not going to say, only when we are doing multi-location trials, the farmers will get to know about the variety by itself, but we are not going to do much around that time. Only when it goes to stage 7, we will start our activities on how we can put something about this variety on a social media, and how we can bring all the extension agents in different communities together and explain to them why this variety is better than the land race. That's what we will do. We are not interfering ourselves in any of the regulatory framework that is already here for variety release or anything.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, please.
I'm Mani from Cote d'Ivoire.
Yeah,
Yes, I just want to ask a question. When I receive maybe 13 variety from IITA, I evaluate them during 2 seasons on one site. And I see that these varieties are not doing well, all of them. Must I take them to multi-cycles locality before discussing, or can I choose some of them, the best, and continue my breeding with them? I'm asking, I said, let's say I receive 17 or 16 varieties from IITA.
Okay.
I evaluate them on station for 1 or 2 seasons.
Okay.
Do I need to take all the varieties to multi-location trials before dropping some? Or can I choose the best, the one I consider that they are the best, and take them to multi-locational sites?
Okay, this is my opinion, okay? It might be completely contradicting others' views. My opinion is the material comes to you when it is 15 lines or 20 lines. You are the decision maker on your station. If you feel like only 3 of them are meeting your criteria for your market or within your country, I think my suggestion would be take only those 3 varieties, do multi-location trials, and then if you feel 1 or 2 of them are really good and they can address the gap for the growers, take them for the variety release. This is my opinion. But I do not know how the system is working. If you explain to the breeder and saying that, okay, we got 15, but okay, we want to take 3 are doing good, what do you think? Then maybe if the breeder says, no, 3 is not a good number, you should have more, at least 10 varieties. That's a different set of discussion. But because we want to clearly differentiate between stage 5 and stage 6. Stage 5 is the IITA breeding pipeline materials that are coming out of it. When they give to national partners, it should be accountability of national partners who make decisions on those lines based on their performance in different market segments or agroecologies, or if they're addressing some grower pain points. It is the NARS partners' decision. I think it should not involve others' inputs at that stage, because you have all the knowledge, skills, expertise, and good knowledge about the environments where the crop is grown within the country. I think you are the best person to make a decision on how many number of lines you think are deemed fit for the next stage of trialing. That would be my answer.
Okay, your opinion is mine too. It is what I was thinking. I say your opinion is mine. I agree with you. It is the way I was doing, but sometimes we disagree with IITA, so this is why I'm asking.
Dr. Amani, I think that is, it has for the different objective. When, remember we have environments we classified, and we want to see about the performance of our materials in different environments to see if there is correlation, genetic correlation between the environment. That's why we send some common set of materials and then to be evaluated at 2 seasons so that we can also support the physical the soil, the based environment classification with the how the variety respond to those environments, come up with some information or design our testing strategy, which location is more responding similar to the same set of materials. So I think that's kind of, it's for a specific objective. That's why when we send the materials, but when it is for, that's it object, specific objective based activity. It's not for like a working modality for all the materials we are receiving. Am I clear here?
Yes, but
Yeah, I remember when we sent once the regional variety trial, we were trying to target just first to be evaluated at one location, and then when you have more planting material to evaluate in more location, and then we get information of common set of materials evaluated in West Africa and come up with the environment stratification based on the response to the varieties.
okay, yes, I see what you are saying, but
that's a specific objective. But when we are receiving some materials for diverting to your own system, you have full right either to evaluate in one location or one season, 2 seasons, either go to select 2 or 4 or reject all. We don't expect that all materials we are receiving from here are also maybe responding the same way as we think from here. We also think at some point for such kind of assessment, if we just all the breeding program, the national program, if they nominate their best 2 or 3 materials, we pull all together and then evaluate across West Africa and to see, to identify, in that GYE analysis, the most discriminating environment or testing location and the most representative testing location, so that next time we can concentrate on that environment for our breeding testing. So I think that's the difference.
yes, I understand what you are saying, but if we have more than 4 or 4 varieties, maybe you can select your best 5 varieties and say, oh, you go with these 5 in all the countries to test, what do you call it? Environment effect on them. But when we have more than 10, must I take all of these variety to what? Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, I think Dr. Amani, that we discussed this one before. It is like for specific objective when we want to see to characterize our test environment with common set of materials. I think you also do in your own national country.
Yes, yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yes. You are repeat for 2 seasons and come up with to say I think how can I explain it? So it's for practical, specific objective. It's not like a general working modality for all of your material you are receiving and testing. So it's quite specific objective. That's what, and whatever material you receive, you have full right to either go with 4 or 5 or 2. That's your full right, unless otherwise we just have discuss and see, let us evaluate this material, maybe more location or for 2 seasons, unless we reach that understanding.
Okay, noted. I noted.
Okay, thank you. You have any more comments on this topic?
John raised his hand.
Yeah, please. Somewhere I missed that one. Right. Okay, John, please go ahead.
Thank you, Vish. I don't have anything additional. I think it has been adequately covered. But what I wanted just to emphasize was to say, when materials are sent to, say, private companies or to the NAS partners for testing, usually there are 2 objectives. At times, we want partners to test the whole set of materials and provide data that can be shared by the collaboration network. Or if the NAS already know the material being tested, that they are already interested in one or two, they can always also ask seed for those ones and include in their own national trials, which may not be part of the regional trials. I think it's common practice even in the industry. At times you get it from, say, CIMIT, if it is maize. It's a regional trial, you just plant it as it is. If you offer to do 3 sites, you do 3 sites for them, and that data will go back to CIMIT, then it's shared with all partners, even in other countries. But you can also say out of that set of trial, you are interested in 2 hybrids that you want to take quickly through your own national or recumbent trials. So it's also possible. So both can happen at the same time. But if you don't have knowledge, you have to wait for results coming from the full regional trial. That's one thing. The other one I wanted to discuss, and also think it has been adequately covered, is the sharing of leadership in product development. The proposal is to say the early stages from conception to early testing, that one is led by the breeders in CGs. And then later on, when you go to late stages of testing and also moving to on-farm and eventual registration and commercialization, that part will be led by the NAS. But we'll still be collaborating through and through, because we also need the feedback of the end process, or the CG can also provide backstopping to the NAS where it is required. And it also requires the NAS input during that early stage, because the information coming from the market usually will be coming through the NAS. It also be a requirement. So we are looking at all the elements. But what I wanted to underline is to say this is our inaugural product advancement meeting. We are learning the processes. We are looking at processes that come from the private sector. We're looking at processes that have been involved within the CG public breeding system. But at the end of the day, we are going to sit down, look at all those processes, and come up with an implementation mechanism that we think this one will serve us best going forward. So it's a learning process. I'm quite happy with all the discussions and the points coming through. We'll consider them in the post-release discussions that we're going to do as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. So if there are no further comments on this topic, so I allow Dr. Asrat to continue with his slides. No coming, eh?
Okay, I think it's fine. Then I need to go. Yeah, Vish has already mentioned this, the varieties. So what we are thinking about those varieties, we have the 5 varieties released in Nigeria. I expect that for the others, the respective country leaders will also project what they have planned. So we have the breeder codes and the names. And this, I think, Bish has already explained. This was, I think, the discussion with him when we were thinking about how we can move forward. So for us now, since we have already released those materials, and then we are planning for the demand creation trial in 2021. So if you see this part, these are the 5 varieties and the amount of seed we produce. And our plan is to provide at least a single variety, 20 tubers, and 250 gram seed weight, because we have the seed size tubers we produce. And then we put different allocation to different states. Before that, we have a market, young marketers, market intelligence and consultation meeting, where we involved over 30 representatives from 18 states of Nigeria. But we have almost 200 young markets, their contacts, their chairperson, and all their names. Thank you, Dr. Patrick. I think he organized this wonderfully for us. And now we also have they have some interest to evaluate those materials. So we initially we wanted to go for a tri-coat method, but since it is already released, maybe it's better to ask a farmer to assess those new variety along with his own her own materials in 10 mounts, 20 mounts per farmer, and in total we are targeting over 200 farmers across Nigeria, in Abuja, Niger, Nasarawa, Benue, Oyo, Edo, Iboni, Abia. Is it Akwa Ibom and Anambra? So these are the varieties and then a number of on farms we are targeting. And this one variety, the AfricaYam, is released in 2019, and I think we managed to produce a big number of tubers. And it is also in the seed companies, one company in Kaduna, and Biocrops in Abuja. They have some materials, and this is they also sent to the processors, and we got some good feedback. So they are very interested in getting more of it. So and then we want to go more on the get more demonstrates and also reflection from the farmers. So what we are thinking is, let's say this is a village one. So we have 5 varieties, like test variety. We ask farmer with evaluate along with their local check, and then strategically replicate our test varieties in different farmers' field. And we developed some SOP how to conduct this. We shared also with the other national partners. And then this is how we are trying to, because rather we are not interested to assess all the materials in one farmers, but at least give one variety and ask the farmer to evaluate this together with her or her own check. And then it also give more, if just like kind of a farmer's managed, because they can manage it. We can get the information, the contacts, and then we engage them so remotely by and maybe we also get their reflection after at the different stage of the cropping, because that's what we are thinking. So this is how we are going to from this 200, maybe we can sample some and try to get some information, maybe at the harvest, like the name of variety, site, parameter, the number of trials we conduct. I think this is a kind of general test variety, check varieties used, the increase in percentage or number of decrease, increase, or the check variety name. That's what we want to get at the end of the season. And we also want to collect data on farmers' assessment or farmer opinion on the test variety respect to the local check. Maybe if it's tested along with a local check, or maybe he or she can give us a reflection opinion based on from the experience of their local material. So we want to record like farmers' comment. Is it this variety is or more better than their own variety, or the same as their own variety, or less or poor? For the parameters the farmers they consider. And we want to also ask if they like it to save this material as a seed. So with this, we want to create a demand. And once we get, this is, I think, the way we want to see the frequency, like for parameter, for instance, we want to ask them also to do boiling, pounding, whatever they like, and then how it performs as compared to their own material. And then I think the expected outcome from this is when we compile all those information maybe next year, is to derive the following output. So it is the most suitable variety or varieties for individual sites, and the most preferred variety identified for further seed multiplication and production in that particular site. So this will feed this information to the seed growers. And on the same time, we are also thinking of like action steps to wider disseminate these cultivars from demand creation trials. So one is at least discuss with the farmers and identify good managed on-farm field and arrange exposure visit to a large number of farmers to those successful trials. And also maybe organize a local seed production of those interested, because we are approaching this yam market chairman. I hope they will be, I feel that they will be responsible, and then so they will, I think they are enthusiastic about testing our materials. We will start already dispatching our seeds so that they can test. We assume that since this is farmer managed and the different land and different management, we expect that there may be a variation, but we will want to identify the best looking or stands, well managed and then accessible for visit. Organize interested farmers in cluster to visit that area. And then we seek also opinion on those visits, their willingness to grow in the next season. If it is okay, for instance, from 5 varieties, we strategically sending all those 5 varieties in the state. For instance, in Niger state, if we get 2 of them are most preferred, then we are also thinking, because we are thinking of those best preferred varieties to go with those local processors for yam pounding. And we display this kind of pounded yam quality of new varieties. Maybe what Bish is mentioning, I think we need to work on it and create some leaflets, brochures. They can understand the local language, and also push the most preferred ones through the seeds system so that it can be multiplied. And if possible, maybe in the next year, we also put these all varieties in our multiplication scheme in using the vine propagation techniques we have. And if they are interested, we want to organize a community-based kind of seed multiplication. If one farmer can multiply those varieties in such kind of arrangement. I think I have such experience when I'm working with a national program. And I can really, if we work like that, within 2-3 years, we can really see those materials coming, even if it is new material, new variety coming to the market. So hope that's what we are thinking from the Nigeria side, and other countries also. We have been discussing with them since last year. They already multiplied some of the good materials for this kind of trials. We shared the SOP for this, And hopefully, if we do our own effort like this, maybe the varieties will not sit in our shelf after release. They face the demand challenge. If they make, they will make. If they not, they will die there. So maybe we can go next time also our new set of materials who can also compete or replace the one we are pushing now. So thank you very much. And so a lot of institutions and the people supported the testing and the release. I think it's a joint discussion and work plan. There is also a project with Dr. Jude, Professor Happiness, IITA, So, and then these are, I would like to also thank those, our donor, and then the National Release Committee for those NAGRA visiting the trials. Okay, can I finish? I can check, okay. No, I think we'll not follow the tri-court approach, because tri-court approach is more of researcher managed and very demanding. So maybe we need to, for tri-courts, what I'm thinking is this already released varieties. So those materials we are now proposing maybe for the 2022 for on-farm validation. That time we'll take the tri-court approach. That means where we will also manage partially, co-manage, or how you call it, those trials, get information and use that information to support our release application. Yeah. So it's a more demanding, tri-court is more demanding. This is very easy. It has been applied even in Asia, in India, Nepal. People with grain crop, they can go up to 3,000 kind of trials with this. And if we are go for 2,000 with Nigeria, I'm sure from those 5 varieties, 1 or 2 will make be successful in the system after 2 or 3 years. So that's what I want to share. Thank you very much. For any comment, you're most welcome. Doctor, thank you. I have one question or comment maybe. Like you mentioned, you want to take all the 5 varieties to all the states you mentioned in the slide. But every variety is going for 2 or 3 trials in each and every state. My understanding would be, can't we refine it? Why every variety has to go to 1 or 2 states and all the varieties have to go to same state? And with your experience of testing so far before the variety release, if we have zeroed down on 1 or 2 states, this variety can do really well. And we try to do not do 1 or 2, 3 trials, but we try to do 10 or more trials or for that variety in that 1 or 2 states rather than spreading it too thin across so many states. In that way, I think we will have a better understanding of the variety for that agroecology, or that's my comment. But I think we're giving less chance for the variety to perform by putting in just 2 locations in different states. I think 6, 7 states you mentioned in yours. I think from all the data we have until the variety release,
looking at their performance in different states or different LGAs, I think try to minimize on the variety can go in a particular state or LGA. I think that's where we can give it the best chance to promote further. That's my take, but it's we can agree to disagree as well. So.
Yeah, I think it's because of the, we did all up. I think we did all our efforts. It's released in 2020, and having this amount of materials for YAM is a difficult task. So we want to give some chance for those materials to be exposed. It's not this one here. We don't make any decision. It's already released. So what is just to show them, to demonstrate them if that material they like or not like. And maybe we can, since we are also, this is a proposal, it's a planning, so we can make adjustment to maybe send few, depend. I think we try to see their recommendation based on our release process. That's how we try to put some of the material. Let's for instance, YAM, it was 2019 release, and we have many. It's ALATA also is not easy for multiplication. Even we can that YAM itself, we can go over 200 farmers. But instead of taking all the materials to the own farm, we want to also multiply those varieties on station. And if there is a demand for the next year, we can supply breeder seeds. So that can be done. Yeah, thank you. And Dr. Amani, can we, maybe let me open your slides. Dr. Amani, I'm sharing your slides.
Hello, let me try to share it from here.
Okay,
So
please.
let me try.
Yeah.
If I don't succeed, I will tell you.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, not. I think we lost your sharing.
Wow. Okay, you can share from here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Morning, everybody. Sorry for I could not present yesterday. I will try to do it today. So this is the point of the product advancement at CNRA. Next, please. Okay, to have a chance, to give a chance to our variety to be promoted, we needed to have the preferences of the users. So for that, we conducted a survey last year in 23 localities with 162 farmers and sellers and consumers. This survey permitted us to identify the most popular varieties and the farmer preferences. Next, please. So, from the farmers, from the users, we could have the preferred varieties. So, in Cote d'Ivoire, it is the same in Ghana and Benin. Kona is the best D. rotundata because it has a good pounded yam, a good boiled yam, and a sweet taste. It's also early maturing variety and had, you can say, relative high yield and a high market value. This is very important for users. And we have also the other varieties with the traits they prefers. This is for D. rotundata. Next, please. For D. alata, these varieties are the preferred because they have good pounded yam. Good is very relative because a good pounded alata is not as good as D. good rotundata. And it gives also good boiled yam, high yield, low water requirement for cooking, and it is very easy to harvest. For the story, Florida was adopted in Cote d'Ivoire because we wanted to mechanize the crops. And the second varieties we prefer is an improved one. It is a C18, which is a variety which is also pounded. And the best quality here is the absence of IBS, internal brown spot, which is in the traditional varieties in the land races. Okay, next, please. For the advancing the improvement scheme, we have two approaches. We work with the panel of diversity for mass selection, and we work with the hybrids. Both for the two species, the two main species, D. alata and D. rotundata. For the hybrids, oh, let me close here. I can't see on my screen. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I lost the screen.
No, it's still on.
Oh. Okay. Yes. For the hybrids, these are the number of hybrids you have for D. alata and D. rotundata also. Next. Okay. These are some traits we scored for the material we want to promote: tuber shapes, flesh color, oxidation or brooding, cooking ability, severity of anthracnose, yield, dry matter content, and IBS for D. alata. We work on a panel of diversity, and these are the many traits, the main traits we got. You can see in blue here, these are D. alata with white flesh color. And on this slide, on this board, you can see here we don't have any oxidation on the alata. 65% of these varieties doesn't oxidate. When we come to the cooking ability, we can see that for 85% of the varieties cook well, and 82% don't have IBS, internal blind spot. Next. Yes. Okay. At the earliest stage of the breeding, we look at the tuber shapes and for the hybrids. And we are just promote variety which has good tuber shapes like this and like this one. And we can see that on a panel of 1 and 22 hybrids of D. rotundata, we could get 35% having a good shape, what made all 39, this one and this one, 39% of varieties having good shapes. All the offers are discussed. Next, please. That was what I was saying. From this, we could promote 35 from the shape of the tuber, from the susceptibility to disease, and from there, we analyze the cooking quality, and based on the oxidation, the cooking quality, not cooking well or not brewing after cooking, and the dry matter content, which might be more than 30%, and the variety should also have a white flesh color. Next, please. Out of the 1 and 22 clones from Derera, we could promote for multilocational traits, for multilocational trials, 7 varieties from 1 and 22 at the beginning. Next, please. So the 7 varieties did not oxidate. They yield more than 1 kg per stand. They had a high dry matter content and good boiled yam. Next, please. This was for D. rotundata. For D. alata, from 22 selection, we could get 71% of bad quality yam based on the susceptibility to anthracnose and the tuber shapes. So from there, from 279 hybrids, we could keep 80 for the next stage. This is for D. alata. For D. rotundata, the same. We could keep 70%. That means 96 hybrid for the next stage of breeding. Next, please. We also got some clone from IITA, and we evaluated these clones according to the agronomic traits and also the cooking ability. And from this, we could keep these 4 varieties, which might be promoted for multilocational trials. It should be done last year, but last year we could not go to on-farm trial because of this COVID. And this year we are going to take these varieties to multi-locational trials and on-farm. Next, please. We also release 5 varieties, 5 among which 2 D Rotunata, Amaduo, and CNRA Iche and 2, and 3 D Alata. Next, to give some of the characteristic of the release varieties. Yes, this one is an IITA variety introduced in 2008. This is TDA 01-001-13, which we release this year. It has a good, next please, next to see the characteristics. Yes. It has a good yield, more than 80 ton per hectare. It is a multi-tuber varieties. From one son, we can get more than 1 tuber. The tuber shape is good, and we don't have IBS, which is one of the disease you have in D. alata. And it has a white and purple tuber flesh, easy to cook, good pounded, and good storability. It has a good storability. It also an early mature variety. We can harvest it from October. We can harvest it, whereas the others are harvested in December or January. This is very, very good for D. alata. Oh, I can't see all the screen. And the most important weakness is the high moisture content, which does not allow a very good pounded yam when it is harvested. You have to wait for some weeks before pounding this. Next, please. Okay, thank you. It is what I wanted to show. And what I want to say is that the release varieties are multiplied. They were multiplied last year. And this year we are taking them to farmers. Some of them are already on farm and grown on farm. The releasing committee in Côte d'Ivoire has 2 approaches of releasing. You can have your variety on farm, and considering the number of farmers cropping it, they can register it. Or you take your varieties to multi-locational sites, you evaluate them and give them the results. They can also register them for releasing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Just, I think one comment for me is, varieties are released, but you say the weakness is high moisture content. And do you foresee that the variety will be accepted by the growers?
Yes, it has already been accepted. It is grown by the producers, and it is sold on the market, Wake market.
Oh, that's good to hear then. So is there any mechanism for us to track how fast this variety is being adopted?
Yes, we did a survey in 2008. This variety was already adopted in, no, not 2018. It was already adopted by people, but it was not released because of the difficulties we had to release variety in Cote d'Ivoire. This is the first time we are releasing yam variety in Cote d'Ivoire. So it was not easy. The variety was adopted by farmers, but by consumers, but it was not released. This is what we have done now.
So you released 5 varieties. So what will happen to the remaining 4?
Among the 4 others, the D. rotundata, before the slide before. The slide before, please. Next. Okay, yes, you can see here. We have this one. What was I said? Yes, this one, the second on the list, has been adopted, and the first also. The 2 others have not been adopted, but we are trying to push them on farm so that they can be adopted. This year we have a net of 13 farmers, and we are going to set on-farm trial with them, with the release varieties, so that they can adopt them. And we need also to contact the sellers who are in Wake. There is a big market here, big market, and we contact them and see whether this variety can meet the need for sale. This is the way we are going to try. And maybe when you were presenting, I saw that maybe we could adopt some techniques of platform, so that all of the, what do you say, all the stakeholders, all of the stakeholders can be aware of the existence of these new varieties.
Yeah, thank you. And this year you want to promote 3 or 4 varieties to the multi-location trials.
Yes.
So
on farm
trials. So maybe in 2 years' time, the assumption is 1 or 2 varieties do well, and you will eventually you will release them.
Yes.
But so within a short time between 2021 or 2018 and 2022, 2023, we will have like 5 plus another 1 or 2. So 7 varieties released in Ivory Coast. And what are the new materials that are being moved from multi-location trials or on-farm trials? You think there is still more space within the varieties, that there is gap for the growers, that these new varieties can be still accommodated, and they can have a choice of 7 to 8 new varieties within a space of 4 to 5 years?
Yes, it is what I was saying. We have not released varieties since many years ago. So the need of new varieties exists. And farmers are losing their old variety because of this climate change, disease, and soil poverty. So I think they need new varieties. But maybe I did not explain very well what I was saying. I'm not going to push new variety from these 2 years now. I need to push the one I released already. I'm going to have data from the varieties, the new varieties in the pipeline. so that when the need will be really crucial, I can take them to the market. I'm not going to release new varieties in next 2 years. I'm just pushing, experimenting them, and see whether if I get one variety which beats the others, then I can go for releasing.
Yeah, I think I am also of the same opinion, because these varieties are newly released and we should give them a time of 2 to 3 years for them to be really have that adoption. Then if there are any shortcomings in these varieties, then after 3 years, you will certainly have a feedback on 1 or 2 varieties which are not doing well. I think that's when the replacement strategy will start coming, or will start, and just trying your new material in that space, and to position the new varieties in that space will be have a better impact. That's my opinion. I think we are aligned on that part.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me see if some participants have some comments or questions. Okay, the breeding team in IITA and from my side as well, we want to congratulate you for releasing 5 yam varieties after a long gap in Ivory Coast.
Thank you.
Yes, this is without even appreciating like the 5 varieties in Nigeria in the year before as well. Yes. I think that's where we will go for a coffee break or bio break for 15 minutes. Then we will resume at what time it is now. Okay, so we also had a release from Benin as well. So Dr. Asrat wants us to. Okay, what time is it? We'll come back at 10:30. Okay, so we'll have a break for 15 minutes and we'll be back by 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, since we already started discussing about this product life cycles and where and how whose role is important at what stages. So I think let's dig more detail into it and see if you have more comments on this one. Then I think then we'll take the actual topic on the agenda, because this is also part of the agenda, but I put it as an AOV, but now it's like mainstream topic. So here in this slide, the idea is like, first is we identify the market segments, and within the market segments, we identify the key top selling or popularly grown varieties. Then we create a profile of those popular varieties. And once we have that profile of popular varieties, then we go into the breeding program of early stage testing and R&D or trait integration and all this, fixing the lines or clones and that stuff. Then that is passed on to the partners, national partners. Then once the variety is released, then it's like in collaboration with NARS and partners, then we take it to the market. So this is an overview, and R&D is always behind the scene. So, and intermediate stage is like national partners, but the front end is national partners plus partners we work with in commercializing or in making the variety adopted in a larger scale. So this is what we discussed a couple of maybe 1 hour back. So here, the most important for us, for me, is to define the product profile. And why this is important? Because if the breeding pipeline is addressing something and what they want to address is defined in product profile, and the product profile is more of a popular variety and why it is popular and what traits it has, different values. The yield may be X and resistance may be Y and those kind of things. So that are scored for that variety, and that scoring becomes for those traits as a benchmark for every variety that is coming, or every line that is coming out of this breeding pipeline. So for me, this product profile is very important. Otherwise, we are not very much focused on the variety that we want to replace in the marketplace. So that's why this product profile is a very big step from my side. And this decides the breeding program, and the selection intensity for different traits will be defined by the product profile. Then the next one is the product advancement meeting that happens. Usually this happens every year because you have products or varieties or clones moving from different generations to different generation, or based on different stages to different stages of testing. So every year this cycle continues, but every year, probably this is the first year and we didn't dig deeper into the different breeding pipelines. Okay, probably let's discuss. First part is white yam, and the next part is water yam. And within white yam, so okay, within Nigeria, which material is moving from what stage to another? So we didn't go in detail because it's the first time we are trying to get used to this ways of working in moving materials from one stage to another. So we basically try to introduce this this ways of working. So here, the stage 6 is very important because that's where a lot of things happen for that variety or clone or hybrid in cereal crops or even root crops as well. That's where the proper testing, where it has to be tested, will be defined in stage 6. If the variety is tested in the wrong environments, and then the variety performance might go down, and eventually we might drop it from our list of promotions. Why? Because it was tested in the wrong environments or wrong agroecology, so not considered properly before even pushed to the next level. So the stage 6, even before we get to stage 6, stage 5 is like, yesterday we realized that the preliminary yield trials is mostly one trial or one location trials. But stage 5 should be, if you are targeting that product profile or that variety is popular in 1, 2, 3, 4 states within a country, or it's popular across 2 or 3 West African countries. So that variety must have, or those lines, 10, 5 or 6 lines must be tried at stage 5 in those locations, because those are the key must-win markets. And that will give us enough confidence of moving that material to stage 6, where the varieties will still be tested in the same countries, but on a larger scale, not 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 10, 12, to get more data points on variety adaptability and all other things that we are targeting for the product profile. Once the stage 6 is done, the stage 7 is, we get to stage 7 only when the variety is released in the countries by their mandated institutions. Once they release formally as part of the release process, that's when we get to stage 7. Stage 7, at least by stage 6, 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, depending upon the country and the regulations, at least before the year to get released, we will have an idea, okay, these 1, 2 materials are very promising, and at least they can be nominated for release. Then at least we'll be working with those 2 varieties to have some sort of seed multiplication happening on the background, so that in the stage 7, when we actually get to stage 7 by virtue of the release, proper release, then in stage 7, we are not spending another year to multiply seeds, but we had but 2 varieties, we produced enough seeds to go to do demos in those key market segments, so that we are not losing 1 year in again trialing that variety and trying to come up with seed multiplication plan, then going in year after to show this variety to larger audience. So that's what eventually we will end up doing if this process works. Stage 8 is more like involvement of the extension agents in the Ministry of Agri in the local ADP level, so that they are the so they shoulder this responsibility of taking this variety to their LGAs and showcasing it. But even IITA will still be connected to all of these things happening directly or indirectly through the partners. And we try to get at every year or every stage on this platform, we try to get the feedback from the partners on the varieties performance and how it's moving forward. If there are any shortcomings, can we address in the new pipeline, new varieties or lines that are coming from our pipeline. So we try to keep working on that one, those things. So when we say the stage 21 is variety is released in Nigeria, but some reason the variety is also is grown in Ghana. So, but not officially released in Nigeria, but it's grown in Ghana. So if there is some entity that is interested and they want to pick up variety and release it in Nigeria, in Ghana as well, I think that's where we go to stage 22, because it was not intended for Ghana, but eventually the variety got released without not going through the normal process of testing and that stuff. If those things happen, I do not know. Things happen. So that's when we get to, but the most important one is not stage 21, the stage 11. So when we know that the variety acceptability has already started going down and people are looking for something else and they have started adopting new variety, that's when, but that's mostly for not us. Our part is mostly from 0 to 6, maximum 7 and 8. After that, we leave it because we are keep working on replacing those already established varieties. So our job is not to think beyond 8 or 10. I think that's when we stop thinking about that variety, then come back to find another variety to replace another variety in the market. The next one is, so I have tried to put up the description for every stage. I don't want to go through it, but whatever I've explained before holds good most of the time here. I hope it addresses where exactly whose role comes in, but it's going to the next slide. I will have more whose role is what and where and that stuff. So this is gives a bit more clarity on what happens at stage 4, stage 5, and stage 6. I don't want to read through, but the most important one is PLC4 and PLC5. PLC4 is like, by then you have already fixed your line, and you have already done your early clonal evaluation. And stage 5 is that the selected material is going to key must-win states, or where we know that, for example, we are targeting Makakuse, and it's in Abuja, Nasarawa, and Benue states, for example. Then that's where the PLC5 testing happens for that 8 to 10 or 15 varieties that were promoted from early clonal evaluation to preliminary clonal evaluation. And that's where we start exposing this material to the key markets. And we continue to do that one as we go further, and probably the size of the testing plot might keep on increasing, and the number of locations keeps on increasing. But so that's what we continue to do. In stage 5 is that one, but stage 6 is mostly as many, depending upon the resources available. And the most important for me is, for example, an LGA is predominantly like 80% of the growers of yam, they do Makakuse, for example. And the PLC6 stage is that we have to identify those kind of LGAs, because we believe this variety has more than 100% potential to replace that variety. And if the growers are convinced there that the whole LGA will be adopting this new variety, and not by going to an LGA where the adoption of that variety is like 30%, but there are 10 other varieties that is predominantly grown in that LGA, and that gives us a bit difficult footing when we want to promote this variety. So PLC6 is that stage where we need to clearly define, okay, these many number of trials and these locations. Why? Because this variety is predominantly adopted there, and this makes big chunk of what you call production of that variety in those locations. And I do understand we don't have that kind of data at this point of time, or we may have in different forms, but there is a plan behind this one to come up having to collect something of this kind of data digitally. I think I will come back to you later in the afternoon on what we are trying or what we plan to do in the near future to get market intelligence on at every LGA level. What are the most popular varieties they are growing for yam or cassava or banana or plantain? So 5 and 6 are very critical for a variety success or variety failure. This was my experience, and I believe this is still will be holding good for any other crop, any other variety. So if it is not tried in proper environments and proper targeted area, the chances of success is a bit less in these two, PLC5 and PLC6. So what happens between PLC5 and PLC6? I think I tried to come up with some activities that we have to keep in mind when we are promoting a variety from PLC5. So these are the things we need to have. So we need to have a clear launch plan roadmap. Okay, if this variety goes forward, what is the plan we are going to have in the next 2 years for this variety or these lines? So that's one. Then the planned trials. So I just mentioned the PLC5 and PLC6 trials are very critical. So we have to really plan well our trial locations and that stuff. Then we consolidate on the variety profile against TPP. So we have a target product profile we created before we even started breeding, for example. Then we try to match it. Okay, our variety, how it stands to the current variety we want to replace. We should start looking at different traits, dry matter or resistance to YMV or oxidation, and try to push the limit bit higher than the benchmark, so that on the farmer's field, we expect at least it will give the minimum performance, but still that will still beat the check. So in stage 6, like we try to update on the variety performance based on the performance from the farmers Then we execute trials in the locations we planned. The ones I put it in the red dotted box are not applicable for us at this point of time because they are mostly for the commercial seed companies. So what they do and how we should price it in the marketplace and which partner to work with. Oh, the connection is not there. The internet is gone. Okay, my Zoom is still going now. Hello, the internet. Am I connected now? We need to do is to find those. Speed also. I think it's the mount. To the left. Okay, to the right. Okay. Okay, I need to put in the details. Sorry, I was disconnected. So I'm back again. Okay, so those items in the red dotted box are not in our scope as of now, but I think when we align with the seed companies that want to multiply and promote the varieties, then we need to have a discussion on if somebody wants to out-license the varieties from either national partners or from the breeding lines from IITA. I think that's when those topics will come into focus. So the overall idea of this PLC is like from PLC 5, I think the number of varieties you want to go with to PLC 7 is like decreasing. I would not say drastic decrease, but depending upon the strength of the breeding pipeline and the number of varieties we can advance at every stage, and giving due importance to the traits the varieties are holding. I think that's very important, and that's why we put 6.1 and 6.2 is because, like, on-farm trials are for 2 years. In some cases, they are for 3 years. So there will be situations where after year 1, if we are not confident of moving a line to the next year 2 trialing in 6, then we can keep that variety in 6.1 along with the new ones that are coming. But we can say that that is 6.1.1 because it's not an additional year of testing. And same goes at the 6.2 as well. We can put 6.2.1. And if we have to continue to test, we can keep changing that number. So from my experience, there were instances where we kept some varieties there for more than 3-4 years. So it's like 6.2.4, 6.2.3. So it's never a rule that we have to advance it because it has been long in this stage. So it should get promotion. So some hard decisions were made where I come from. Sometimes we just drop the variety at that stage because seed production, seed multiplication, or any other thing is not working. So in this space of yam, I do not know how much of importance we give. So I do not know in the breeding objective where does this kind of things will fit in, but eventually, if we want to promote the seed system, my opinion is that we should develop varieties that give full yam tuber so that growers will look for seed yam, or maybe the whole yam is cut and used. I don't know how this works, but I'm still new on this space. So, but that's what the seed system will exist. If you have varieties and released varieties, they are giving 50% of marketable yield and 50% you can use it as a seed, then I think farmer will always be happy with the variety he's having, and difficult to motivate him to move to another variety. And in that case, it should still give him that 50% of marketable yield and 60% of seed. Then I think he will move it because the seed is produced on his farm by himself. So I don't know, those kind of things, or something disruptive technologies, something like, okay, yam plant looks like a tomato plant or a chili plant that doesn't have to be staked. It can stand on its stem, and you don't have to put so much soil around the plant to produce bigger tubers. And these kind of traits are, like, to me, kind of disruptive traits, because you're moving away from conventional way of looking at yam plant to another way of looking at yam plant. I think those kind of technologies will have a bigger impact, and the shelf life could be one, even if you cut. And currently the benchmarking is like 180 minutes when you cut, and you leave it for you watch it for 180 minutes to see if there is browning or not. Why can't it be 24 hours? I mean, just saying, I'm not doing so. I know how difficult it is, but I'm just saying. So thinking out of the normal way of doing things and see something that can be, okay, grower, like by looking at, okay, even if I have to buy seed, I want to adopt it because it takes so much pain from me. So those kind of traits will have a better chance of adoption faster. I think this is where I leave for this one. Then I'm open for any comments. How do you see this? Can it be adapted to the current ways of working, of moving away from the preliminary performance trials to PLC 5, PLC 6, or where exactly you want to define that, okay, this is where we will bring the lines that we are promoting to this meeting platform at PLC 5, or I don't know, because this has to come from the breeding community, not me. I can't define that one. So at what stage you think, okay, this is the best time to show the importance of the materials that you guys have been breeding to us, so that we can start working on them with the partners and stakeholders to make the varieties take the varieties to the market. So I will leave the discussion open. So any comments, please?
Let me see.
So if there are no comments, should I take this as an?
Excuse me, Vish. I have my hand up, please.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Doctor.
Okay. Yeah. No problem. Yeah. Thank you very much. This is fascinating. Just one point. I think you made a comment in passing about a variety that is doing well in one country. It's released in one country, but maybe not released in the other one. Just that it reminds me, and on the call now, you have a lot of experienced breeders who can tell us what the current status is. Because in the ECOWAS countries, you have the harmonization of seed laws that allows actually release of a variety in one country, or a variety released in one country to be valid for promotion in the other countries. I don't know if in practice, this has actually happened yet, and what the conditions associated in the various countries are. So perhaps the lead breeders in the countries, could they tell us how this is being operated, or whether anyone has actually taken advantage of that, so that in practice we know how this works? Because I think it is important that if, not every country will have, in Ghana, for instance, the amount that it costs to release a variety, I'm told, is very high. So how does that ECOWAS provision help us? Can the senior breeders from the countries comment, please?
Hello. Hello. Côte d'Ivoire, Amani.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Okay. In Côte d'Ivoire, we have not done this for yam, but I know for other plants, it is done. We imported some soybean from Benin, and maize from Burkina Faso. So the law is that when a variety is released in a country, it can travel to the others. The only one thing we need to do is to evaluate this variety in our condition. That means if I import some variety from Ghana, I cannot take them directly to a field. It is done some time, but for the research, it is better to get it in the research institute, and maybe one year after, take it to the farm. It is done. Not for yam yet, but for the other crops, it is done.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, Professor Dancy.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to support
Go ahead, Professor Dancy. Maybe you're muted. Doctor, we can't hear you. I think we lost him. Dr. Chamba, you want to speak?
Yes.
Yeah, please. He's also gone. Okay.
Okay.
He's unmuted. He's sleeping.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Chamba, I think you're not muted now.
So just a minute. I was cross-checking with the Crop Services Division of Ghana. I know that about 4 years back, I was part of the group that actually worked on these crops. And at that time, there were only 11 crops that if they were released in one country could also be used in other countries. And at that time, it didn't include the root and tubers. So I've just placed a call to the crop services, and I've been told that they had a recent meeting, and it was proposed that the root and tubers should also be included. So this is the information that I got from the Minister of Agri. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, good. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, mine is a kind of, I've heard about this law and this platform of sharing variety across countries in West Africa. But I don't have the full details because I don't, ever since probably I was an active player within the YAM system in Imudike, we've not really been engaged in this kind of practice. But I just have a question for the House. Now, if a product adopts a varietal status in a country, and by virtue of an existing law, it's cutting across so many other countries, probably sharing the material with partners in other countries, does that automatically transfer that right of varietal status in those countries? I still believe there are specific laws or probably certain advanced trials one could still do to ensure adaptability of those materials in those locations. So this law, is it specifically for varieties released or for germplasm exchange? Are there probably two conditions, or is there a peculiarity to variety release in the country, or probably general germplasm movement in the region? It's just a question. I think I need to learn more from this interaction. Thank you.
Can I contribute to this?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for this situation you raised. It's true, we have 11 crops in West Africa, including cassava and yam. This is Maroya talking. I know what I'm saying. If anybody needs the document, I can share with you. What I'm saying is that is a situation that the country has to accept. I know some countries have accepted and changed the national law with this provision. For those countries, is commercial purpose. If the variety is released in a country B, it can go through 17 countries. It's not only 15 ECOWAS countries, 17 countries, ECOWAS and UEMOA, because there are some countries that are in UEMOA that are not in ECOWAS, and SEALs in the northern part of West Africa. What I'm saying is that a variety A is released in a country has nothing to do with the germ plasm. A variety A is released in a country X. It can go through all the countries when only the country has accepted the ECOWAS law and registered the variety. You don't need to release it anymore. You need to register it only. And to have it into your list of the variety, because you can trust a country. But what we have in West Africa, some countries don't trust others. They think they are the only one doing best in terms of evaluating the variety, releasing them. And when it's coming from outside, they don't want to accept it. That is the reality that is blocking this ECOWAS regulation for West Africa. The reality in the country vary with the people who are implementing the law. They'll tell you, no, this is not valid here. It's valid only in other countries. That is the reality in the ground. But it's the law, the regulation, regional regulation that have all the detail for all the 11 crops. I can provide the information for anybody who needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
I can make, yes, I think on, thank you, Dr. Mario, and that's document. Once a country releases, they have to also nominate their variety to be published in ECOWAS catalog. So those varieties which are published in the ECOWAS catalog can be used by other countries as per their own regulation. And as you mentioned, I think it's only for the release variety and then some seeds exchange or movement for commercial purpose among the countries. That's what I want to provide as an input. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing for ECOWAS catalog, let's not make this confusion. ECOWAS catalog is include all the variety released by the countries. All the variety released as the countries are included in ECOWAS catalog. I've seen the #1 and the first two, but I don't know if they are updating it. The one I know are very, very, very old, and ECOWAS normally, if this thing is working, they have a committee, ECOWAS committee on seed and regulation, and IITA is member of that committee. Normally, if this is done regularly, the catalog should be updated. But this catalog is taking the variety that are released in the countries. Some countries has official release committee, other countries doesn't have it, and that is why it's not working. I just want it to be also clear. All the varieties that the country has released before the regulation and after the regulation are supposed to be in that catalog. But the catalog is not updated every year, except if somebody has a version that is less than 3 years that can share with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Maria. You raised a very important point. You made mention that for those materials to move to those countries, they have to be registered, kind of. Now, that takes us to the next level of discussion. For some countries, the registration process suggests, like at least under the Jigsaw project, I'm aware that pipeline races were registered in Nigeria. And I know for that to happen, the early clonal evaluation stages are not part of the requirement. At least you need 2 years MPT data to do that. So that takes us back to the fact that even if those materials move to those countries under varietal status, they still need to undergo some adaptability studies for at least 2 years. Example, for the Nigerian existing law in registration of land races, and I know that will apply to the varieties that come from outside, you still need like 2 years evaluation process in the country. So maybe, I don't know what the peculiarities of registration in other ECOWAS countries. So I think it's the local laws that will now apply to this situation. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, we have to be very careful when we talk about the land races. The land races are in the countries, they are there, you register them, they are there. If you don't register them, they are there. Is to use them in the official and formal system that you need the registration. I cannot say no, don't go through the coordinated, 2 years coordinated things. But what you need to do is to characterize the variety, the VCU and the DUS. The DUS, the distinctiveness of this variety. What is distinctive in this DUS? Distinctiveness, uniformity, and stability of this variety. So you know this variety has this. And the VCU, the value for cultivation and utilization. When you have this characteristic for each of the variety that are land races, you don't need 1 year, you don't need 2 years. They are known in the country, but they need to be distinct from the rest. That is what you need to put them into in your catalog. I cannot say no, in Nigeria, what they are doing is wrong, but we need to distinct these new varieties that are already in the country into the formal system, so that when you are selling it out, you know what you are selling. That is what is supposed to be. But anything the country said to register, we follow it because we want the variety to be registered. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have much experience on this front, but what I know was when I was working in my previous company within Nigeria, we registered a couple of varieties in tomatoes, peppers, and sorghum, and yeah, sorghum. So we were asked if they can be part of ECOWAS catalog, and we tried to push it because we know that we'll get legal rights to commercialize them in those other West African countries. But did that become a reality? I don't know. So my experience on this front is very less. But land races, I think that has to be a complete league of taking beyond borders. I think there's a different way of handling it. But the normal varieties that come through breeding pipelines, if they are registered in one country, I think, and particularly like yam crop or cassava or any other crop where the agroecology extends from most of ECOWAS countries, it's pretty much same across most of the countries in the agroecology. So if one variety tested in Nigeria in humid forest should also, I mean, theoretically should also work reasonably well in either Benin or in Ivory Coast. But that's my take. I think if we have materials, I think we can start, but unless we understand this legislation properly and if it is acceptable, I think, I don't know who will address that part. Yeah, Dr. Asrat has. Oh, okay. Okay, Professor Otto, please.
Thank you very much. On two issues. On the land races, I think that's the right thing to do because that's long overdue. And we have plans this year to register as much as possible because we've evaluated most of them. So we are planning to gather our data and present to the Varietal Release Committee to get them registered. So that's the right direction to go, I think. Sorry, I was having a little bit of challenge. So after your presentation, I had wanted to comment on your various stages where you've numbered them, starting with the concept. I realized that on the concept, you limited it to the CG center. And I felt that since it's the beginning of the whole process, probably the nurse can make an input into the conceptualization of the whole process. So I wanted to draw your attention, and unfortunately my system went off. So I don't know whether you discussed it or not, but I wanted to make that point. Thank you very much.
No, I think we are still discussing the topic, but Dr. Asidu has asked when he had a comment about one part of that presentation. So that's what we are discussing. But okay, I will come back to you once we finish this, the sharing or releasing varieties once released in one country of ECOWAS in another country. I think if, I don't know if, Dr. Moraya, your hand is still up. You still want to say something? Okay.
Very sorry.
Oh, no problem. I think, okay. Professor Otto, I think your comment is very fair. And the product advancement meeting is the platform that will define the product advancement meeting is the platform where the NARS partners feedback will have more weight in defining the breeding objectives of the CG, because the NARS have more market information and intelligence on farmer preferences or farmers, why they adopt certain varieties and how the varieties are behaving. I think that's the feedback we want you to bring to this product advancement meeting. So part of the things that we missed during this session is, or these 2 days is, because this is very new ways of working. So we thought we will address only 1, 2, 3 components of product advancement meeting, but in a full scale, the first part of this meeting is more like we have a market update from different NARS partners. Okay, if you are representing Ghana or a certain maybe northern Ghana or southern Ghana, and you bring the information of northern Ghana for yam to this meeting in 2-3 slides, explaining what growers are adopting or the popular varieties in Ghana and why they are being adopted, and what has been the trend in the past 3 to 5 years, or what do you think in the next 3 to 5 years, what's going to happen for that variety, and is that variety under pressure because of some disease or pest or something. So this information is expected from the partners when they come for product advancement meeting. This is one part. The other part is what materials you want to advance within your testing program that you are doing. So these are the 2 important components that you bring the information to this meeting. The third one is if you have released a variety, so what plan you are going to put in place to move that variety as soon as possible to the growers. So, and that maybe you can come, okay, our limited capacity or infrastructure or those things, so this is what we can do, but there is huge demand. Can we get more support to promote this variety? I think those kind of topics will always have space to be discussed on this platform. But the most important point is the NARS should give the breeders in CG on what they are looking for, what they want actually. And that information you will have because your regular interaction with growers or extension officers or different departments of within your state or country's agriculture minister's office. So I think that input will bring, if you bring to this meeting, then the breeders will realize and look for the genetic variation that is available for those particular traits within the germplasm they are holding. And that's when they will start looking at this one. And the most important part is breeding is looking into future, right? So if you come with a problem this year and say, oh, this needs to be fixed because this is a big problem, and the expectation is that problem will still persist for next 3 to 4 years, by then the breeders will be able to address that issue by way of looking into their available germplasm to find a donor or a recipient and making it adaptable for certain conditions, or the other disciplines around breeding might come up with a solution on how to manage that stress or something like that. So the information you bring is what is happening currently and what you think might happen with the assumptions. Looking at the assumptions could be based on the political environment, the social well-being, or the social habits of people. Are they going into diet, or how often they're consuming yam 3 times a day or 1 time a day? Then it is some legal, like this, we are discussing about ECOWAS, what is the legislation states. So these are the things that will contribute to your assumptions. And you say, okay, because of 1, 2, 3 assumptions, we assume yam market in Nigeria or in Ghana will skyrocket in the next 5 years. And the people will be looking at 1, 2, 3 things in every variety. One for maybe export, one for some poor soils. Even under poor soils, they want to grow yam because of food security and that stuff. So this is, you brought this up, I'm happy, but within this 2 days allocated time, usually we do product advancement meeting for like 4 days, doing different breeding pipelines on a different day. So each breeding pipeline when we are doing, so first we discuss about the market situation for the breeding pipeline or the varieties that are there in the market. So, and the advancement process we want to do from different stages. So that's what we do. And this happens to be the first one of that kind. So I purposefully didn't include too much of topics around that to bring the information from NARS. It would be very within short notice because we agreed to have this meeting end of March, I think in late January or early February. And then the time was too short. Then we eventually had only one preparatory meeting, and yeah, we managed to do something. And today we are having these slides because of that preparatory meeting. And we have a long way to go on that front. And so thank you for your comment. And even the EIB coordinator for NARS, Bish Das, he's also of the same opinion that what I expressed. So the market update should not come from a product manager or a breeder in the country or the CGI breeder. It should come from NARS. And with that input, how can we improve the breeding or delivery of varieties? So that's the outlook even the EIB is looking into, and I am also of the same opinion. But just that what kind of template we will use to get that information to this meeting is that we need to agree. So I think I will come back to that one in the AOB session this afternoon. I hope I answered your question or comment.
You've answered it.
Sorry?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Oh. Just wait for 2 seconds.
Okay, on the slide you showed concerning the processes, and it's related to what Professor just asked. I'm looking at the slide again because I had snapped it, and it presumes that at the point of formation of concept, prototype, from year 1 to year 5 is fully the responsibility of IITA. Sorry, it might resemble what he just spoke about. So what it means is that it is at the point that you're ready to go on farm that the NAS will come on board to bring information. That means if what they are supplying, the information they are giving, that the product you had started developing from year 1 to year 5 does not answer it, you go back to the drawing board.
Okay, fair enough.
Otherwise, if the input had come earlier on, then even in the formation of your concept and what you begin to develop, you would have fathomed that in. That said, I want to say that what you have provided brings all the components into focus and can give us a more focus in what we are doing. And what Asrat also presented initially had most of these components, but this streamlines it very well. And if adopted, everything regarding a new variety going to market, multiplication, coming back, to the drawing board if need be, is captured, and from day one you know where you're going and what you're expecting. So I think if we factor in everything, both what he presented, this is a good, a good slide or something that we can work on, and it will give the whole yam breeding team more focus to deliver to the public.
Thank you. Thank you. For your first comment, from 0 to 5 is not just CG. 0 to 5 is breeding community. So what, sorry? Yeah, 0 to 5 is your breeding community where you test the material in hotspots, that early generation materials, and you give feedback to the breeder from your experience of testing in your own site. To give it to breeder. We are not going to challenge, or we are not going to ask you to present where you have tested and next up. What we are more concerned is, by the time the material comes to stage 5, so all the breeding unit is like, okay, this is the one to go, and this is where we know this variety has a space in the market. By then you are already decided, okay, this is the one we want to go with. So, and then when we come to stage 5 and moving to stage 6, then I should not be hearing like, okay, but we didn't try this material in our breeding early generation trials. We didn't test it for this resistance. We do not know now. Oh, that's what I mean to say. So when we say that it has come to stage 5, it is tested for whatever the key must-win traits it should be tested for. And that can happen within the CG center or the CG center trial sites or partner trial sites. That is complete to do when you plan your breeding trials and that stuff. That is completely your, I would say, your kitchen. But when variety comes to stage 5, as we want to know, okay, what is happening with this one? Why it is coming now? So we will, like we asked some questions yesterday on the oxidation was a bit high, why you are promoting. So those kind of questions we will ask, looking at the data and that stuff. But otherwise, when I say 0 to 5 is breeding CG, no, it's not just CG, it is including the partners as well. If you want to collaborate with the breeder in testing and that stuff.
I think this slide just to accommodate all, instead of the ownership being IITA, we can a breeding program, either CT or national, because both of us are contributing, working.
Okay,
to the
so
same
within
domain.
that R&D, IITA, you want me to put NARS?
Yeah, NARS
Okay.
CG breeding program, and then you know that the IITA you can put also the breeding program involved.
Okay, I will just put R&D breeding program.
Yeah,
okay.
that makes more clear for
okay.
people to consider also their material coming from their own breeding to pass through this stage and also follow the same procedure.
Okay.
Maybe you can make the breeding unit or something rather than specify.
Or we can leave it R&D, cuts across. It's up to you. Okay, fine. That small change. So any further comments, please? Dr. Asido, I mean, did you get the answers or comments you wanted for that ECOWAS legislation and whether it is in practice or not? Doctor.
Vish, were you asking me a question?
Not a question, because you raised about this.
No, thank you very much. It's mostly, I just wanted the kind of discussion that went on was what I expected. So the individual countries or colleagues in individual countries would have to familiarize themselves with that option to understand very well how it may be applied. Because as a project, we are operationally, and this is a significant advantage if we could actually get this particular law functioning correctly, because it's not easy going through the full process each time. And as you rightly mentioned, the agroecologies have a lot of similarities. Some of the cultures also across boundaries. So there may be shortcuts in the system that this law allows, but it has to function correctly before breeding leads would maybe follow up within their country and then see how well, overall in the follow-up meetings, maybe you can come back to it and see if it's all working the way that it's supposed to do optimally. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So can I say that as a breeding team or different stakeholders plus breeding team of yam, can we start to adopt this PLC stages in our breeding advancements or program starting this year, or by the time we do next year product advancement meeting? Can we promote varieties based on their product life cycle stages, or it will take some more time? And if it takes some more time, why would it take? What are the limitations to implement these things? If you don't like it, if you don't see that, oh, what we are doing works still fine, I think we can discuss that one. But if we are at least agree on, okay, this should be the way, and by when we can fully say that, okay, we will do this way, maybe in 2 years' time or 1 year's time. I don't want to push anything from my side, but just that the earlier the better is my opinion.
I think there's one comment from John. Maybe we need to also discuss with the other crops, and so that we should come up with a common way of moving our materials.
Oh, it's in the chat.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
So maybe we'll discuss this offline with the other breeders and other crops and also the other national programs, so that we can come up with common.
Okay, so at least the crops I'm handling for cassava, yam, and banana and plantain, I would. Okay, yeah.
We can also discuss this in a modern breeding project where we are also discussing with Bayer on phenotyping and the testing schemes we have.
Okay, so at least by this time next year, we'll have a clear view on what we are going to adopt going forward. I think let me take it that way. Thank you.
I wish I can comment.
Yeah, John, please.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think that's exactly what Asrat has said, that what we are doing now, we're just piloting the system so that we learn by doing. We piloted for the grains using soybean last week, and for the clonal crops, we've piloted using yam. So it's a learning process for all parties involved and for all participants in this case. So what we'll do is we will reflect now onto the system and see how best we can adjust and fine tune it to meet our requirements. Because you'll find that we are looking at models used in the industry or the private sector. At the same time, we want to see how we can fit this kind of models in a public breeding system like the CG system and the NAS system. That's where we are looking at it. So what dishes are basically presented is a model that we are looking at. But again, is effectively put by Asrat. There are also discussions ongoing in our modern breeding project with our colleagues from there. We'll also be discussing their system that they use there. And then we'll come back now, sit down together with our partners in the NAS and see how we can then adjust the mechanism. So it's a continuous improvement system. All what we said is we are going to start from somewhere. Otherwise, if we don't start, then we will not make any progress. That's why we've started this way and pick up all those things. I'm sure in the discussion session at the end, you will hear a lot of feedback, how people have observed this. We'll take into account all that. And then next week, we'll start the process of analyzing how it went in the soybean program when we did it for the grains and how it is going through in the yam. So the next crops that will be presenting, they have corrected on some of the things. So by the same time next year, I'm sure we have a very good one for yam. But improvements will always be there because the first edition, there will be second edition, third edition. By the fifth year, it will be superb. But this is a practice that works very well in the multinational companies that is worked and proven there. It has been happening in the CGs, but we are simply saying, let's relook at it and see how best we can improve on the system so that it can guide the breeders in their breeding. It can also guide the downstream people like the marketers when to get a new product and minimize failure of product development. A lot of money is invested in breeding. And then after 10 years, the product fails. That's the problem. So this process is part of that insurance to say that from the beginning, all parties are involved, including feedback from the market, from the consumers, from the farmers, is taken care of during product profiling. And during the testing, all parties are involved, including this meeting. So all we are trying to do is to make sure that we are customer focused, that at the end of the day, we come up with a product that meets the requirements of the customer so that all prior investment going in for a development is not lost. We can still lose, but we'll try and minimize the losses in the process. So we'll continue with these discussions even after this meeting for the sake of improvement. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, John. So I think going to one of the topics on the agenda. And what time is it now? 11. Okay, so we have 45 minutes more before lunch. So I think we'll go with this one. So the other one is working on the product profiles. It's not coming up. Is my screen is shared? Okay.
What really happened was that we also delivered some material with masses. And because it was just we put it on top of the material, so we left it with masses. So I wanted to inform you that that was not happening. But yeah, so what we are doing right now Most people are trying to go to unfortunately, that's the other, the fastest route now. So I've just given your number to a young man. Now she will be calling you and tell you how you do that. So I've been
No, you are not muted.
That's what that one wanted to get. No, I was really, yes, I was really sad when I forgot to do it. But let's try this one. If we have any of our lessons, let's see whether we can pass it or send it here.
Oh, why this is giving me a headache? Okay. So when I'm pressing this accept button, it's visible there, but I want to hide it here as well. So maybe you try to remove the duplicate. Okay, now we can put it back. I don't need it here. It's fine. So go with this one. No. Should Okay, so for this next 30 to 40 minutes, what I want us to look at is I try to come up with, I try to give some structure to the developing a product profile. So here is the trait category. So I put up traits like abiotic stress, consumer and value chain, harvest and storage. Then I say plant behavior, and seed quality and producibility, yield potential. So these are the broader trait categories into which all the most important traits can be categorized. So then I tried with my limited knowledge on yam, the traits that are very important for the grower, I tried to come up with some of them, or maybe some of them may not be still need to be there, but I just put it. So I said, yam mosaic virus, root knot nematode, mealybug, anthracnose. I just put stress tolerance, particularly for drought. I put it there. Then tuber flesh color, pounded yam quality, boiled yam quality, then tuber shape and uniformity, tuber size and uniformity, tuber size. Okay, maybe this has come twice. Again, then tuber oxidative browning, and tuber dry matter percentage, tuber peel loss, dormancy of the tuber, shelf life of varium, percentage of seed yam harvested, varium harvested, under plant behavior, I put like staked, soil heaping, and maturity, and the seed quality, some of the traits. Then, so what I want us to do is, I may not list, maybe I didn't list all the most important traits for yam here, but I think the idea of this template is, so trait description, I don't think it's very important at this point of time, but what I want us is, if you think something is missed here and which needs to be under trait that we think is most important for the grower, I think it should be listed. The next part is, we need to score the trait. And scoring is from 1 to 10, and how important this trait is for the grower. That's the most important scoring we should do. We take every trait listed here and score it and the importance level for the grower from 1 to 10. Then the next one is, the differentiation score is, for example, if you improve this trait, will there be any difference for the grower? For example, there will be some traits, even if you improve so much, grower doesn't feel the impact of that improvement. But there will be some, for example, resistance. If you score for the some virus resistance as 7, and you give a variety with score 5, then farmer will appreciate it because he doesn't have to spend time spraying some crop protection chemical or those kind of things. Or sometimes if you reduce the seed dormancy or tuber dormancy, it may not be important to the grower because he feels like, yam, anyway, I'm going to keep it for 3 months or 4 months. If it is not germinating or if it still has dormancy, I will consume it for my home consumption. So those kind of traits may not be really, even if you improve it, it may not give any significance value to the grower side. So we need to score that as well. If you improve these traits, will there be appreciation by the grower? And if that appreciation is to what extent? And you have to score that from 1 to 10. Then we take the average of these two for all the traits. I need to insert a column here. Then we take the top 10, top 15, depending upon our resources availability and that stuff. We decide the top 15 must-win traits for that should be evaluated all the varieties going forward, not before PLC 5. Before PLC 5, it's up to breeders what they want to do. It's from PLC 5 to 7. That's where these 10 traits observations have to come to this product advancement meeting, because we feel that these are most important traits. And if you don't see the observations recorded for those traits, then how we are making the decisions to promote the varieties, not looking at those observations, doesn't make any sense in my opinion. So that's this whole exercise is about that one, identifying the most important traits that grower will appreciate if there is an improvement in the trait. And those traits have to be scored in the latter part of the trials, after PLC 5 to PLC, before the release. So when we are moving the varieties at different life cycle stages, we know why these varieties are being moved or these lines are being moved based on the readings we get for these traits and based on their importance for the grower. Then we try to give, is it a nice to have trait, or is it a must-win trait, or is it a value driver, or is it a value potential trait, or is it just a stable stake? Every yam variety have this. So we differentiate it that way. Then we put a benchmark for, sometimes single variety could be benchmark for most of the traits. But the benchmark is sometimes if the tuber size, for example, is, I don't know how you measure tuber size, but the tuber weight, if it's 1.5 kilo, for example. The benchmark, all your lines in your breeding pipeline, everything is above 1.5. But then you're beating the check with all your entries, you want to forward it. But then you say the new benchmark will be 5% plus 1.5 kilo. Then you try to reduce the number of entries you're moving. So benchmark is not always the one that is grown by the growers. You can raise the benchmark by the standards we can put up. It's not just always the farmer variety or the popular variety. If there is enough genetic variation, why not raise the benchmark, or why not to raise the standards? So that's what we need to do, benchmark. Sometimes it is just as simple as trait, okay. Makakusa, good eating quality, okay. So if you have to develop a good eating quality, it should beat Makakusa. So, but quantifying that eating quality is very important, because otherwise I taste different, somebody tastes different. So quantifying that is important. How do we quantify? I think the protocols and all the standardizations must have happened. The different panelists will come, they taste and then give. That scoring is okay. I don't want to go into developing protocols for evaluating traits. No, that's not my job here. Okay. Then the next one is, I think it's not still, maybe I need to pull this one. So the last one is what is required in the new variety. The last column, I think I can't make that visible. So what is required? I tried, it's not happening. So the last column is what is required. Is it what we are looking at, the trait, the YMV resistance is 7 or 5 or 3? What is required in the new variety? So we just put either it is equal to benchmark, we just give a symbol equal to benchmark, or we put a greater than benchmark, which means the scoring should be less than benchmark if it is a stress one. Then if it is anything greater than or equal to works for the grower. So we have to we have to put that there. Then every variety or every line we move between stages, this becomes a standard chart to look at. Okay, we move this variety to the next level, but are we looking at the important traits? Are we meeting the benchmark? And by what extent we are beating the benchmark? And will it be accepted? And it's not about the yield, like Asrat, Dr. Asrat mentioned yesterday. It's not about the yield. It's a complex of traits that will give a variety performance. So, and that complex of traits should be listed here, so that we know that every trait is considered that will give the variety the best performance. That's what is the exercise we need to do. I do not know, because we are all virtual, and how best we can do this, I'm not so sure, but we need to do this exercise. But I want to open the floor to, for the explanation I gave. Does this make any sense for us to really do this exercise and say that, okay, these are the must-win traits, these are nice to have traits, but these, maybe I will try to show the definition of, okay, what is stable states and what is value drivers. So I think the explanation, I wrote it there. So which traits will fall into value drivers, which traits fall into table stakes, which traits fall into value potential one. So I leave the floor open now, and I would like to hear the breeders across different countries. How do you see this? I mean, like, is this like practically we can do this or not do this, or does this help us in improvising our breeding programs or not? The floor is open, please.
Hello.
Yeah, we will do that. Yes, please.
Amani from Cote d'Ivoire.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, I can see your methodology, which is very good, a very fine one. And it has been the process of breeding. So I think when we need a new variety, it should always have one trait, at least one trait superior to the others. It is what we are looking for. So the chime you are giving is a very nice one. My question is, please go top of your slides. The last slides here. Okay. The benchmark and I want to see the top. Okay. The trait, the benchmark and the trait to prioritize. I want to understand it very well. What are the priorities here? Can we breed for one trait, or should we breed for multi-traits? This is the question, I think. We can have one variety which has a trait superior to the others of the existing varieties. It is a good variety. Or another one which has many traits superior to the existing varieties. These are two approaches. The best approach should be the one with many superior characters. But this one is very difficult to meet. In one variety to meet many superior traits. So we have to see what are the needs. Do we need, when we talk of yam, do we need a variety which beats Pona? Or do we need a variety with some traits of Pona, but not all the traits superior to Pona? This is my interrogation, my question and my reflection on this your presentation.
Thank you, doctor. When I present this one, the idea is not about come up with a variety that is very good for one trait, or come up with a variety that is good for many traits. It's not the idea. The idea is, what are the traits that the growers feel they are very important for them? So we can, for example, I look at yam base, there are 130 or 150 traits listed in yam base. But how many of them are really important to grower? For research, 150 are important. But for grower, how many are important? 10, 15? I don't know. That's the exercise for us to do first. So if we identify 10, 15 traits, these are very important to the grower. And this grower could be in Ghana, could be in Ivory Coast, could be in Nigeria, could be in Cameroon as well. But every country has to define, okay, this Ghana, these are the 10, 15, 20 traits growers like to see in their yam. So this is not standard across all countries. This is different for different country. That's what we call local target product profile. Okay, so now once we have that list of traits identified that are very important to the grower, we try to rate those traits on the order of importance for the grower. But not all traits are equally important for the grower. Sometimes a trait is more important than the other. The first is, if you say, if a subsistence grower is there, he just wants his yam to be good to eat or poundable or boiled. but it should also give minimum yield, that is the variety he is currently growing. At least that much yield he should get. If he has to change a variety, he should have a variety that can give better yield than the variety he is growing, plus the quality he likes to eat. And those are the things we will look here when we are advancing the material. Okay, does this have that yield the grower can get? If yes, tick the box. Then what are its quality traits? Can we meet the same quality standard as his variety? Yes, we tick it, then we move it. We don't have to go through the rest of all the traits, because our delivery or our pipeline should be very focused to the customers in different agroecologies. So the people in northern part of Cote d'Ivoire may grow different variety, and the southern part of Cote d'Ivoire may grow different variety, and still they eat the same pounded yam or boiled yam, but those pounded yam and boiled yam are coming from different varieties, not the same variety. So which means there is something difference between those two varieties, and but eventually they end up on the table in the same form, either boiled or either pounded yam. So identifying those important traits for the growers, and sometimes the traits are very important, but there is no genetic diversity to improve. Then we are stuck. We find different ways of breeding techniques to improve genetic diversity. I think that's where I will stop. Maybe if you have to comment more on the same topic, fine.
Okay, thank you. But I think this will always be the approach on breeding. Okay, I understood what you said.
Yes, I think the issue here is we have been working like this. You know, it's more of, we feel this form, it's more of breeders' interest, what you want to do. So what we want to now make it more customer-oriented or user-oriented is first to get, you know, this has to be done for what's our market segment. Once we have a clear definition or characterization of our market segment, or what that market wants, and then after that, we can formulate what is the product that can fit to that market. So in the yam breeding program, we have been tried, asked farmers, did a survey, or maybe, you know, for the opinion of experts in breeding program and seed system. We got some list of traits, and then how about their importance and all this. But now, since we need to understand or characterize more of our market, we have a plan to conduct a survey, a trait elicitation survey that includes, you know, the trait for the producer are not the same, or the trait for processor maybe also different, trait for transporter, because people are moving yam from one place to the other place. So for this, we are discussing, I think we have a plan to conduct that survey to refine our product. And we are planning either to go for, you know, we call it a stated preference. We just go and ask what the stated preference. The other one is maybe you can go for choice experiments. You can really give some and ask the farmers, but that may take a lot of time. So maybe up to June, we are planning to conduct a survey in both 4 countries and come up with those traits that define the product for the producer, for the consumer, and not only the stated preference. For instance, hey, I like high yield. So that's what is the value for that. That can be translated into the breeding program. So I think it is good, but we need to develop, first understand the market segment. And then for that market segment, like 1 product or 2 products, then what that product looks like, trait 1, trait 2, trait 3. I would rather say like benchmark. You cannot put like 4 or 5 or 6 benchmark. Maybe you can current status of that trade value on the, and then know how much like improvement we want to achieve, or how we can, it can be used as a matrices for the measurement. So hopefully, I think we are now design some questionnaire we want to ask the producers. Then we need to go also for processors and some national partners they gave, you know, we want to also capture the variability, not like get information from one location, but representative, depending on the production status within country. And once we get that information, hopefully we'll really come up with a nice product of profile around June.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this one, when I say local target product profile, this could be local target product profile for transporters. Their yield is not important for them. It's more about your climate regulation.
Sorry for the disturbance.
Your mobile?
It's not me. Okay.
Sorry. Okay, Dr. Asad, I think for, like you said, a transporter is not interested in yield. Okay, all he wants to do is carry the yam that has been produced by the grower. So if you want to profile the transporter, all matters are dry matter. Yes.
This one, we have been trying the same thing because you can, what I want is like, we need this information from the real users. And that trade capturing or getting that information, we are planning to conduct a survey. That survey will include producers, transporters, not go with the same set of questionnaire, but also processors. And once we get that information, we can process and come up with a list of those key traits that define the variety or the product acceptability. And then we want to see also how that is diverse. Is it the same for all West Africa, or it is like Nigeria, maybe one or two? So this kind of information, we are working on it, and hopefully when we conduct our survey, we'll get all this information. Once we get it, we can feel.
And when we are making the survey, first thing we need to understand is the market. Why one to build the market? We need to develop product for that market, not like one step. Maybe
So,
2 or 3 steps to generate.
yes, I was coming to that one. So we will have 2-3 rows above this, the first row. We will have 2-3 rows above that one. There we will define, okay, the local target product profile for maybe humid forest. I don't know, we can come up with different names. Okay, so all I was looking at was we should have a go-to place to look for, okay, these are the most important traits. For breeding, I have no issues. You can do evaluations for 100 traits. I have no problem. But when the varieties come to stage 5, stage 6, I think I would be more interested in looking at those 5, 10, or 15 traits, how these varieties are behaving for those most critical traits for the grower or for producer or for the transporter or for those things. That's where we will say, oh, but this one, doesn't have this. Do we all feel that this can be promoted or not promoted, should be retested? So those are the things. Yeah, thank you. Any more comments? Hello?
I wish.
Yeah, John.
Would this be, this kind of reform, would it be completed at a country level? Or is it pulled across the region?
Within the country, for example, if there is a fresh yam and if there is a processing, there will be templates, one for fresh, one for processing as well. And depending, I mean, it's up to the country or the breeder, how he sees the market segmentation within the country. And then they have to come up with the must-win traits, or what traits are adding value to the grower or different stakeholders within that value chain.
Okay, thanks.
Any more comments on this? So the idea currently moving in my head is to have a workshop for all the West Africa breeders later in the year to have a face-to-face proper workshop just to do these things 1 or 3 days or 4 days. I don't know, I'm still contemplating this, because if we are not doing this year, it will still be moved to next year. Someday we have to do this. So why not this year? That's the idea I'm thinking. But I'm in discussion with Dr. Patrick, and we'll see to bring the stakeholders and do this exercise face-to-face so that we have a robust file to go to. And this will be centralized, so it will be available for everyone to look at when we are advancing the variety, or if you have to change the benchmark because some new variety has taken over, something like that. Okay. If there are no more comments on this one, what I would suggest is, I think we still have 12 more minutes before lunch break. I think I'm open to take comments, but if there are no more comments, I think then we should break for lunch and reconvene at 1:30. Is that okay?
Sounds okay. I don't know the majority.
1:30 is 12:30 in Cote d'Ivoire. I have to go for lunch at this time.
2 o'clock then, not 1:30, it's 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 o'clock Nigeria time. So you have
okay.
Close to 1 hour, 45 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will not have too much of intensity in this next 1.5 hours or so going forward. So one of the topics that's still on my agenda is there's so many varieties released in different countries for yam, and each one has a purpose. Sometimes it's still not commercialized, or sometimes it's in the process of commercialization, or sometimes it's already with the growers. But one of the things which I see missing in this whole variety released, adoption, or in the process of adoption, or already adopted, is as an organization along with partners, there is no clear view of the portfolio and the varieties released, and which target environment they have been released and where we are in terms of the pipeline strength or gaps in the portfolio. So I tried to come up with a template which maybe we can adjust this template, but the idea I have is if we, at least we should have so far all the varieties released and which target environments they are proposed or could work. I think we should map them on the template just to understand the gaps currently the growers are having, or the varieties that are not meeting the growers' needs. Then that will be easy for us to test the materials already released or the new ones coming in those gaps and position them in the market so that there will be an uptake for those varieties. So here on the slide, I put on to the extreme left, I put the PLC stages. I think below 5 is not in my scope or in the product manager scope. So at least from 5 to 11, okay, this is the product life cycle stages of each variety that will come to this stage. Then I try to come up with should we include maturity as one of the criteria or not. I was contemplating this, but then I realized agroecology could be one of the best ways to map varieties to have a complete view of portfolio. And this same template can be used across countries. Just that this will help us, for example, in this target selection environment 1. So from the papers, the publications I read, so YAM has identified 7 target environments across West Africa. So I put them as TSE1 to TSE7, and I split the whole YAM into white YAM and water YAM. And imagine this template is for Nigeria to start with. Then we say, okay, we have 33 varieties or 36, if I'm right, 33 varieties released. And how do we map these 33 varieties? And this includes Alata as well. So we map all those varieties and see if they are outdated, then we put them in 11. If they are like, okay, there are still some pockets in the country where they are still cultivating these varieties, then we put them in 10. And if they are heavily adopted, like Mbakwase or Makakusa or other popular, very popular varieties, we put them in 8 and 9. Then, and if they are very old, though adopted very well, but even still they are very old, then we can push them to 10 as well. But the newly released, the 5 or the 2019 and 2020 releases should go in PLC 7. Then what we are promoting for the on-farm trials, the 2-year trials, all those varieties should be in PLC 6. Then the ones we promoted to from 4 to 5 should come in PLC 5. So when we map the varieties based on the environments they are targeted or based on the maturity they are targeted, or maybe fresh or processing, I mean, we can classify, but it's to get an helicopter view of where are we actually doing our breeding and which of these environments we are very strong, which of them are we are very weak, and there is no pipeline for this environment or not. So until we map these varieties as per certain criteria, it will be very difficult for us to improve on what is really needed beyond what we are doing. So this is one of the templates. I think I can open the discussion for any comments, whether this will help in some way or not help. But yeah, I just need to get your views from breeders in different countries or other stakeholders What do you think? When should we have to really have a complete overview of the portfolio that is existing in the country, and which purpose it is serving, either environment wise or maturity wise, or maybe this can be fresh and processing. Yeah, I think we can adapt it based on different country, the way they see the market segmentation. Yeah, I'm opening the floor for the discussion. Nobody has a comment?
Vish, Dr. Chama here.
Yeah, doctor.
Yes, I'm not clear about the maturity. Are you saying that you will have a different sheet for each of the traits, or you are just indicating a maturity period for all of the varieties on one sheet of paper? Because you put maturity up there, the agroecology is clear, but the maturity period is what I'm not clear about.
I was not fixing on one of this criteria. What I thought was, whatever I thought was can be a criteria, I just put them there. And we are free to discuss whether agroecology will be a good one to go to map the complete portfolio of the released varieties in a country, or should we say, for example, there are advantages and disadvantages, or we can even have two criteria. For example, within this agroecology of the TSC1, maybe that's not the focus area for us, but TSC 5, 6 in the northern part of maybe Nasarawa and those places, that's where we are targeting, because we feel that's the area, there's huge area under yam production, for example. And suppose we released 5, 6 varieties for that market segment. And so we put all that varieties in TSE 6/TSE 5, for example. But then if all those varieties are falling in the same maturity group, for example, between 8 months to 12 months or 8 months to 14 months, for example, then like yesterday when we were discussing about ISWA 2, the people are looking to produce yam in aeroponics, which means with less water or something like that. So if there are growers who wants to have a harvest early and not run into drought and those issues, so they would prefer early maturing varieties. So unless we map all the released varieties based on maturity, then we will not know. And okay, yam can have different varieties with different maturity groups. If yes, so do we have a early maturing variety still can give some kind of insurance to grower even in the eventuality of a drought coming, or should we always have to breed for 9 to 14 months crop cycle? So those kind of things will be missed if we just go with one criteria of agroecology. Agroecology helps us, okay, how many varieties are there in that agroecology? That's the first criteria we can take. But within that agroecology, what is the maturity group we are looking at in our breeding program? Because I do not know how important maturity is in yam. My ignorance for that one. But is it really important? Not important. Depending upon that one, should we put it there or should we not put it there? It's up to discussion. We all have to agree. Yeah.
The maturity of the yam is very important because if you look at the market across the West Africa, and then you see how the market used to come out, the yam used to come to the market, to realize that it's very important. And then based on that, farmer, they know exactly what to plant at what time to plant so that they will be able to meet the market demand. So they have some variety which are very early. So those ones used to come back to come out around June, July, and then some will follow. So we cannot roll out the maturity because it's kind of key trait.
So, for example, it's not question, I'm just thinking. So if all the 7 environments for yam, and we know which one are the most important ones, maybe 3, 4 environments are very important for yam, then we try to go a bit deeper into those environments and map again the varieties that are adopted or released for that purpose, and map them according to maturity to understand if there is a gap. If there has to be yam supply in the market continuous, then maturity is very key. And in that case, every maturity, we should have a pipeline kind of thing that is coming out of the breeding pipelines. We purposefully will not, maybe sometimes it's required to purposefully breed for maturity, considering other traits, but it could be an like an offshoot from a main breeding pipeline, like something is early but not giving up 1 kilo of yam tuber, but still 750 grams. And growers might be interested to bring early to the market to get some decent money. So the whole idea is, because today when I see different publications, it's more about so many varieties released and they are good for these traits and the year of release and that thing. But nowhere there is a centralized place where we can really see, okay, this is complete portfolio view of yam in Nigeria or in Benin. And then at least for us to know where we have gap to fill. Are we breeding the same market segments year after year after year? I don't know. So until we do this exercise, it will be a bit difficult, because we did this product advancement meeting this year and we promoted varieties, and not knowing where will this eventually go. It's more like a broader way of, okay, we have selected some materials, eventually they will find their own place. That's, I think, one of those things I want to do is have a portfolio view and see if there is a gap. Can we do something for this one, or we try to test the materials for that segment or that gap. I'm open. I mean, it's not required that this doesn't make any sense. It's fine, but we need to have a complete view, not the list of varieties, what they're good for, and which year they were released. I think that information is not helping us to refine our breeding program. That's my view.
Since you have already the list of the variety that has been released probably across the West Africa, and what another activity probably we can do just to try to look at what those varieties they have as a good attribute, and then what they don't have, and then how the breeding can refocus on piecing those missing information. That would be an interesting exercise.
Yeah, this the one before lunch, the template about coming up with the must-win traits, plus doing this portfolio review and putting them where they exactly belong in a portfolio, depending upon different criteria. I think this should be, that's why I was discussing Dr. Patrick to have that workshop, maybe latter part of the year, so that we have all in one room and discuss these things and fix these things. But I can only ask Patrick to get into these things, provided we say, okay, this is good, this will help. And that's the thing I need to hear from you guys, because these are my ideas. Whether you say this will help somewhere in breeding or not, that's you have to tell me.
Okay, Dr. Yeah, so you are very correct. When we talk about maturity, already appears is even existing. Like in Nigeria specifically, we have some variety that comes out earlier. Like in Oyo State, for instance, we have the one they call a Lasserie, Ehuru, and different. They come out earlier, and we are doing similar. Like Dr. Asha mentioned the other time. There are some early variety which will be able to, I mean, breeders should target to like produce better, the ones that are better than those earlier varieties, while we're also targeting the ones that like towards the end of the year, we now see some other variety like Ojiao coming out. Those are later varieties, those are late varieties. So all those things are what the breeder should like think about, and of course we are really doing some activity towards that. You are correct. What you are proposing is really right.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, it's O2. Yeah, I agree with all of you. What you are saying, it's the same all across the sub-region. Everywhere there is early, extra early, and late maturing variety. Just that in our breeding efforts, not very conscious effort has been made to target the maturity groups for development, even though we know that the variety we are developing belongs to one of these groups. But then we've not targeted that, okay, this population is for early maturing ones, these are for the late maturing ones, and that kind of thing. It's just a matter of organization. So it's a very good trait to talk about.
Thank you, Doctor.
I was just wondering, those ones that come out early, are they not a function of when they were planted? Because I know that in my area, sometimes farmers plant around November, December, okay? And those are the ones that come out early. So is it not a function of when they were planted for them to come out? That's one. Number two, I think this is very good because I know that there are seasons of the year when there is famine because farmers have all planted and there's nothing to eat. So if we target and bring out early maturing variety for those periods, it will be fantastic. So this is good. Then you people answer my first question.
Okay, I will attempt to. It's a good observation you've made, but actually we have some that matures very, very early. In Ghana, I'm sure Dr. Chamba can confirm that Kulunku, for example, is a very, very early material. No matter how, when you grow it, it will come out so fast. It will come out so fast. Within 3 months to 4 months, it's already maturing. Similar to Asobayre, which no matter when you grow it, it has that limited time that it will come out nicely. So that one is there. And the fact that some grow early and so will be harvested early, there is no problem about it. But then we have the maturity groups. I can list a lot of the varieties that are late maturing. I can list early maturing. Puna matures early than Dente, which is late maturing. So we can list all those things, but the fact that people plant early and some also come early, it's also a truism. So you are right.
No, okay. Yeah, I think the issue is here for yam is early bulking than early maturity because some bulk early. But even you see from the aeroponic system, if you provide water to yam, it can stay a long time, but it can still bulk it early. For some of the materials, starting from 2 months, they start producing tuberization because we did some set of material, the biomass partitioning, and some start after 3, 4 months and they can stay longer. And for Professor Happiness, as you mentioned, if you plant, that's a planting window adjustment to just, to make the continuous supply of the produce in the market. So for us, I think we need to look for the early bulking materials. And there are also some materials in the breeding program. Whenever whenever there is rain and moisture, but when they bulk enough, then they start snancing. So and then it's very difficult to trace. Sometimes the above ground, it may not be a good indicator for the below ground, and then we need to really look for it. And that's why we came up with one product profile, the early maturing and then less tendency to climbing, adapted to Guinea savanna ecology. And our selection is one of the bulking is at least 2 months after planting start bulking, and then it's will fully grown tubers or in 6 months. That's what we are looking for. But yes, I think it's true. There are some varieties, they start late, but they can also continue growing whenever there is moisture in the soil. And then that's how we can get the ceremonial yam. You get, if the soil is very good and the moisture is okay, you can get. But most of the time, those are the late bulking materials are producing bigger yield per plant.
Okay. So we agreed to use this template to have as part of the workshop with other items on the agenda, and we will try to pin the varieties already registered or released in different countries, and have a good view of where we are as portfolio. I think under each environment we can come up with 4 different columns or 2 depending upon the need. On the maturity or early, you call it bulking or maturity, fine. We can say early, intermediate, and late, kind of 3 columns. Then I think the scope for us to put those varieties in those rows or columns, I think that gives a better picture of where we didn't do anything or where we did something, where we overdid something. I think, thanks.
Level, like all those information, all the description.
That is available.
Yes, available. I didn't know, just let me finish. And then there are some, we have a range of list of varieties which are not being pushed in the seed system. But recently, I think we need to narrow down. There are about 3 or 4 varieties which have been pushed by IFSWA and get some feedback from the farmers. And they are also a little bit very old, it's clonal crop, and you maintain a long time. There are also an issue of degeneration. So maybe we need to look at the variety, the catalog, and which one are active and which one are not active. And then what are their properties I've already mentioned. In addition to this, in our team, we have a breeding game panel where we maintain all our released material just to monitor our progress in the genetic game. So for those, we did all the phenotype profiling for the traits, for agronomic, for food pounding, boiling, and all this. And also it has been also genotyped. So the information is there, and maybe extract from this and to come up with the list. But we need to be careful about the active materials, not all the released materials. Some countries, about 16 you can see in ECOWAS list, but when you go there, there's even no single tuber is there.
So this is one of the things we want to address with this exercise is all those that are not active, not even adopted or not even in the process of adoption, they go into 11 straight. We don't have to really plot them anywhere. straight 11. But those between 10 and 8 or 7, 7 is like recent releases. So we put them in 7. But 8, 9, and 10 are the varieties that are most popular or still in cultivation. And those are the things we need to map somewhere. I mean, where they are grown and which environment for what. We should give it the best guess possible. Otherwise, if we don't start somewhere, we can't get anywhere. So best guess possible. We might do it completely wrong, but that's how. Let's fail once or twice or thrice. I mean, I understand Nigeria released 30 varieties. It's difficult, but there are countries like 5, 6, 7, maximum 10 varieties. I think it's easy to plot them and to see where we want to focus our breeding efforts. And in the 33, I think 15, 16 must be already in 11. See, I will try to get. I did to some extent, but not in a file format, but in a PPT format. I did go through that slide pack. So what I saw there was, if they pick TME 419, where it is popularly grown, okay? It is grown there, that's fine, but where do you put it in the portfolio? You don't put all states, okay, this is grown here, this is grown here. Here, TME 419 falls into which market segment? There we map it, not where it is grown. Then we know we don't have to breed for the TME 419 because this is already adopted. There is no rush to breed for that variety unless there is a requirement to breed for that. And there are other market segments where farmers have bigger pain points than TME 419. And we try to focus on breeding for that segments, not TME 419. And that view is not in that report. And I'm saying the same again to the YAM team as well. The varieties are there, the attributes are known, and where they are grown, less or plus or minus, we know to some level, some information about them. But there is no place, one centralized place where, okay, this variety is good for processing or for white yam under 90 days maturity or under 6 months maturity, and this is in this target environment. That kind of mapping is not done for all the varieties released. And once we do that, then we know, okay, we were strong in this environment breeding, we were not strong here. Maybe we didn't have genetic diversity, or we didn't think that market was too important. If it is empty, we will keep it empty for another 10 years. I don't see why we should breed for all the empty cells. Unless there is a market, there is farmers who wants to adopt those varieties with those traits, we can keep them empty. And we will still work for those bigger market segments where there is always a need for new varieties to come into the portfolio. So that that's what I was telling in the beginning also. There are surveys done about which varieties grown where, and the names are different, but varieties are same. That information is available, but this kind of mapping is not available to which target segment this variety falls into. Is there an urgent need to really replace this variety? Yes, no. Breeding has to agree. When NARs come, oh, this variety is having problems, too much nematodes in this area. Oh, now there is a need to replace this variety because of nematodes. Then do we have something in the pipeline that can replace that variety? If not, then we'll have to go back to the crossing, identify that, these traits, incorporation, those kind of things. So that part is missing. That's only I want to say. There is information, but it's not the way we want to look at it. So unless we all come together and say, okay, this is here, then we look at it and we say, okay, fine. Then every variety that goes out of the pipeline to PLC6, we know which row or column it's going. And then we know our portfolio strength. That's the only thing I can say for now. Unless we do that exercise, we can't say much.
possible for you to identify, oh, this variety is growing here, unless you have a very good idea or knowledge of your material, before you can say, okay, this tuber is this variety is growing here. But we have to do some study first to know. I think maybe we will start from what we are beginning now, trying to popularize most of the the release variety we have now. Probably we can start from there, trying to track them properly. I'm just thinking about it.
For example, we released 3 varieties last year, or 4 or 5, I don't remember now, 5, and the previous year 3, 4, okay? Can't we just put them in the number 7 row and say, okay, this can go into this target environment. And after 3 years, every time we get more varieties and we keep putting that, eventually we in 3 years, we can have a very good portfolio view. And for now, 9, 10, yes, we are not sure of where the varieties are popularly grown, why they are grown, we don't understand. But at least we have that information of why Mbakwase is grown, why Makakusa is grown, which states they are popular, which environments they are popular. We can at least map the bigger varieties in this template. And after 3-4 years, we can have a better view.
Let me make a comment. There have been releasing some variety in Nigeria for some time now. So in line with what Dr. Asrat was suggested, is kind of like all the variety that has been released, it's likely some of them has been adopted by the farmer, and then the name been changed, and then we don't know. The best option now, what we can do, is just to proceed for national survey in line, and then pick our breeding line, the one that's been released, and do something like fingerprinting and see what farmer are calling Ambakwase, or they change the name, probably that's right. But we need the resources to do that, because conducting a fingerprinting across Nigeria is not a joke.
Okay. I don't know how to comment on resources side for now.
Okay.
What I can comment is we collected, or the team collected 80 odd varieties from the stakeholder meeting. And the plan for you guys was to really do some analysis with those varieties and see if it's the same across so many states or if it's different ones. At least once we get that information next year, I believe it takes 1 year, and we can start looking. I'm not saying we have all the information to put something here. I'm saying is let's start with something. So in 3 to 4 years time, we will get somewhere. At least the recently released ones, we can start. And you already gave the names, so we hope. And no more, don't ever mention those breeding names anymore. Just keep mentioning the common name we named. I think then once they are adopted, then we will know. Thank you. That's difficult for me because I can put anywhere, any variety. Yeah, that's what. Why?
To be honest, what I want to do is programming. Being with what is find really more the value chain aspect, all of their role, and really like what is that market segment?
Okay.
Yes, that market segment you need to be like English area or India area, saying and training or Ghana. If we get that information, we will result to all this. And once we have that plan, we need for our target environment. Now we came up with 7 environments.
align this information together with the market, how it operates, and the volume, what they like, then it will help us really a lot. I wish if you really focus very, very much on that area and come up with some quick information on that.
We are trying to put our best foot forward to get that, to try and get as much as information for that one. I think when we get into the next 10-15 minutes or so, I think I will, the plan I have to get that kind of information, I think maybe we may have to tweak a bit to get whatever you are asking. And then that's what I was telling in the beginning. The product advancement meeting is mostly driven by the partners. Okay, because they come with lots of information on what exactly is happening in the marketplace. So I'm still saying the same thing again. This advance, because eventually the varieties are released through NARS and push is given through NARS to the growers. We are kind of enabling platform for this to happen. And that's why I'm always focusing on the NARS partners to be actively involved on what they want from our breeding programs and where do they see gaps in grower fields or grower pain points and that stuff. And this morning also I explained about the first part of the product advancement meeting is about getting market information from NARS. It's not, we are not going to say anything about it because we don't know much. And from that one, we start doing something to address their pain points. Okay, so any more comments?
Sorry, I think I'm trying to take us a little bit back. It's still on the issue of early maturing genotype. I'm reflecting over that. I'm just wondering whether there could be a compromise here because what will be happening to the dry matter level of those tubers in terms of early maturity? I'm not aware of any relationship at the moment. Maybe you can enlighten me. Agree? So for the early maturing cultivars, what's the dry matter level like? Or the starch
I'm not hearing all.
So I think we have some information there. We did some about more than 16 or something varieties representative. And for 3 years, we did extractive sampling. And starting from, I think, month 2, every 15 days, we are just collecting the plant tissue, including the roots. And that has been done for 3 years. And we don't have, I think we have not, I have not analyzed, so I cannot comment, but for for your question, what's the dry matter? No, it's a general, but representing those with early bulking also. If you want to see how they time, but the idea is when some of your materials start tuberizing, and when they reach the peak tuber bulking. So after that, then if you keep your plant, then if they start reusing, there is remobilization of carbon to maintain the above ground part. So we want to see how this relation looks like. And our objective was also, sometimes those materials, even you go to ask the farmers with biomass, above ground biomass is not an indicator for the below ground biomass. So we want to see all those information, and then we try to put a range of materials that can represent our asset. But the data we have collected, so it takes some time to analyze it and get some information.
Thank you. That's right. Sorry, I'm just wondering, when we talk about early maturity, early maturing, how many months are we looking at?
If you go, you plant it, and when you go to the field, and after 2 months, if you open the soil, you can see the tubers are coming. The others are not doing like that. It's there maybe 3 months, 4 months, and some really slow in the early. After 4 months, they peak, and after 6 months, they start dropping. But I did only that. That's what I can see from the 1 year analysis. So, but those were late bulking material. They start late, and they have long, prolonged period of bulking the tuber until they get the peak dry matter content. And 9 months, 7 months, and if you keep on watering for maybe some, I can go up to more, and they come more bigger tubers.
Hello, we cannot hear the speaker.
For one of the Alata populations, I'm just talking, it has got a range for maturity, but it is generally all the progenies were early maturing. And when it matured and we left it until harvest, we just left it in the ground for longer time. Of course, the dry matter was high. However, the next year, we harvested them early, the ones which were early. And we found that the dry matter was still high. So I don't know, maybe we have to look at it. But yes, partitioning is a huge thing, and physiology is not understood very well.
Yeah, but
if I may, okay.
Yeah.
Because if you say it's an early maturing, what we mean is that it was senescence earlier than the other varieties. So within 6 months, you have the early maturing one. The early maturing ones will come before 6 months, will complete the cycle, and they leave senescence before 6 months. And then the early ones will be 6 months, and the ones that go up to about 1 year, that is the late maturing ones. So it's expected that if it is an early maturing material, even though it will mature early, it will have all the characteristics of a grown-up. And for that matter, if the dry matter for that variety has a high dry matter content, we expect that if it matures early enough, it will also have the high dry matter content. This is just to add to what Rajana just said.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? So in principle, we can add this activity to the latter part of the year when we want to really have a view of portfolio of yam varieties released in different West African countries to really understand the gaps we have or where we are strong, and to even get more information from the one kind of pilot studies we want to do in the next 3 to 5 months or so.
Yeah,
information will help to some extent.
Yeah, if I understood you well, the tables you presented will be made available to us to complete, for us to discuss, to do the discussion. That's how I'm saying it. So you are going to distribute the tables for us to fill it with the varieties that has already been released, and later we have discussions on them. Am I right in thinking that way?
The purpose of this table is to pin the varieties released or adopted or popular varieties that are out there with growers, to pin them to based on the criteria we define. We define, I think in the slide I put it as agroecology, then maturity. Then if there is another trait that can cut across all yam, then I think we put another trait. Then we say, okay, this one released variety is early maturing, so it falls into early maturing. But this variety was released 20 years back, so this goes into PLC 9. Okay, then there we say, oh, but this early maturing variety is not in Lagos or Oyo, but this is in Nasarawa or Kogi state. Then it goes to target environment 6, for example. So now we pin that variety in that location. Then same way we do for all the rest of the varieties, which we have general information about those varieties. Then by looking at this picture, then we know, okay, we have too many varieties in target environment 6 under early maturing varieties. We have too many varieties. So let's take some step back and say, let's not promote varieties in that segment more for further trials, because we already have 4 or 5 varieties active in the portfolio, unless there is a problem with any of those varieties, and we try to improve that trait and bring that new addition to the portfolio. I think this table should give us that information, and this is one way of looking at how our portfolio or pipeline is strong for different market segments. But there's other ways also. So when we are promoting the varieties, we are not promoting the same varieties that will go into same target environment on the same maturity group, or maybe the same dry matter. I'm just giving the traits, but so that's not, we should not end up doing those things. Our breeding pipeline should address different target environments and different set of growers across different environments. So that's will help, that will show the strength of our breeding pipelines.
Oh, well understood.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Okay, thank you. So I think I'm moving ahead, unless if there is any more comments on this one. Then I will, John, I think maybe it's time for you to update on this, the RTV clonal multiplication facility that is, I think, I do not know what is the status, but I think you are the best person to explain or share the audience the status of this one. Over to you, John.
Thank you, Bish. Thank you, Bish. I'll go through it. I'll just give an overview of this. And the other people here, like Bodo, you'll be coming in and make some comments. This is a project that we are doing, IITA and Excellence in Breeding. In terms of the background to this project, it comes as a result of a number of challenges that are faced by the colonial seed systems. In general, there's a lack of formal seed system, or if it is there, it's still maybe in its infancy, it's not strong enough compared to other crops. Then the other challenge that is there is the low multiplication ratio, which affects the takeoff of especially new varieties. And of course, there's also through the informal distribution of seed stocks, some diseased seed, non-certified seed is exchanged. And of course, this will impact on the performance, on their performance on farm. Then another very important one comes through the testing of these varieties in our testing programs. We find that the lack of uniform planting materials also affects the accuracy of these trials. You plant non-uniform materials or tubers, others with more vigor, in the plot, already some variation is coming right at the beginning before other factors that causes variability come in. So looking at all these challenges, it was prudent to look at setting up a facility at IITA, starting at Abberton here, that can be used to do rapid multiplication of the clonal seed stocks. Not only yam, we are also looking at what we can do for the plantain and cassava. They are also included in this. The other challenge that I have not put in here is when new varieties are released, some have not been taken off, not because they didn't perform in trials, they did so well, but production research maybe was not done, which will feed into the optimal multiplication schemes that can be implemented, or the foundation seed companies have not been supplied with adequate breeders seed. So the major challenges from the breeding unit point of view is we need uniform planting material. We also need enough of this material so that all trials from all stages, from early to late stages, can be supplied with adequate materials that are uniform, that are free of disease. And at the same time, we should be able to provide adequate breeder seed to all partners from the beginning, and also to provide backup in maintenance of existing varieties. So these are the main drivers for us to think about this clonal facility. So when we look at that, there are a number of questions that needed to be answered. One of them was to say, is there a business for it? So we had to go into a process of developing a business plan. Within the business plan, we looked at a number of questions. Who are our target customers? Is one of the questions that we had to answer within the business plan. And then what is the goal? Within the goal for the project, we're answering the question to say, how much of these planting materials do we want to deliver every year and when? Then the other questions that we had to deal with were also questions to say, what problems are we solving? I've already defined part of the problems. So in terms of target customers, it's basically our testing programs, both at IITA and in our partners that require planting materials. And also we would go seed here, which is a unit that is responsible for seed multiplication of bigger seed and supply it to the foundation companies that are around. So we look at those ones basically as the main clients for such a facility. But we wanted to determine how much seed should this unit be producing in terms of capacity, so that we can determine the metrics to say this is what we target to do every year. And within the year, when should these materials be available? We need to follow the calendars for planting and other activities. So there were a number of questions that are not answered that we are working with, on with our breeders, and also the excellence in breeding. There's some consultant who is working with us there, an expert on process flows. So out of answering all those questions, we should be able to determine the size of a facility that we want to establish. So that's where what we are seized with now. We are looking at the architectural requirements in terms of the size of the unit, and also the equipment that we need for this. And then once all that information comes into place, we go for the costing of the facility so that we can look into investment for the RTB facility. I can ask Bodo to comment, and there are others here. I'm sure Messi was here from Go Seed. She can also comment on this. Bodo, you may want to add in on this.
Yeah, thank you, John. Let's put it that way. We are about to produce more varieties or cultivars for the farmers and also for the consumers in West Africa. So West Africa is a huge region with a huge and extremely fast growing population that needs to be supplied with good food, not only now, but also into the future. And therefore, we are producing these cultivars. And as it is probably clear to everybody, even the best cultivar after its release will not be a cultivar if there is no seed provided for it. So therefore, provision of high quality seed is the #1 priority, in fact. And therefore, it has been already detected by several stakeholders that the current capacities are too small, way too small. So this needs to be enhanced as soon as possible and with all forces that are available. Now, the contribution of the donors of the CG system is this first facility we are talking about here, but this is not meant to be the only one. So for the future, there will be more, and you are all invited to help pinpointing where these will be needed and with what capacity. Now for this, the idea is, as John already said, to serve two basic purposes. The first is to supply sufficient clonal seed to carry out the breeders and the variety developers' own trials. Because in order to obtain high quality results on the performance of the varieties, it is necessary to have good planting materials, which are homogeneous and respond everywhere based on the same origin they come from. So therefore, this is necessary to have. The idea is to serve from Abberton the area that can be accessed. You probably are more knowledgeable of what this is, and those who develop now the plans of this facility will be grateful to receive also your input on where to carry out these experiments and what amount of seed will be required for that. The second task of that facility will be to provide the, let's say, the foundation seed to the stakeholders. So these are national institutions and perhaps private companies that are dedicated to the production of seed that can be commercialized or that can be deployed to the producers, to the farmers. This is of course absolutely necessary to have, and everybody knows for a new variety to come out, there must be sufficient seed immediately. So this is planned for. And the next step will then be to build this chain of those who will take up this basic seed or the foundation seed and multiply it further to obtain the commercial seed that can go to the crop production. Yeah, I think this by and large is it. The idea is to have a facility which is more than a house. So actually, we know that to produce clonal seed, many steps are involved that can reach from, some tissue culture, some aseptic reproduction of a small amount of seed, which then has to be further multiplied, and it has to be adapted to soil, and it has to be grown into clonal plants which are strong enough to resist the rough conditions in the field, and that can then be really used as planting materials in the field. I hope that therefore we will be able to build at the campus at Abberton this house that will house the tissue culture and growth rooms and everything that is related to this, to the more technical steps. But then there also have to be screen houses and field space and some other spaces, even ramps and space to store and to transport these large quantities of seed as we have them in mind. And we have also seen that now at Abberton campus, there exist already some facilities or some parts for the production of seed. So these should also be integrated, depending on the way they operate, integrated based on contracts, based on memorandum of understanding, based on integration. And eventually we hope that we will come up with a total seed multiplication line that will be strong enough, not only now, but also in 5 years and in 10 years to serve the needs of clonal seed. And we also see that IITA is not operating in an empty space. So there are other sister centers around, there are other breeding programs of clonal crops in the region. For example, sweet potato. And they also might have a need for rapid multiplication of their seed. And the idea is to also provide space to them that they can be hosted. So this all has to be kept in mind. And we just hope by now that everybody who is there and who has an interest in this sort of seed multiplication and something that is strong to really serve the area will provide his and her input in order to really come up with something that is useful. So with that, back to you, John, again, and thank you.
Thank you, Bodo. I don't know the Messi is around. She was in another meeting. I wanted you to comment as well from the GoSeed point of view. But otherwise, Vishu, it's open for discussion.
We have one comment from Jim. Maybe I'll read out for you. This sounds like an encouraging and desirable move. One principle in potato seed systems is that early generation seeds are planted in remote areas with low pathogen pressure. Would you have clean fields in which your EGS materials can be planted to produce quality field-grown propagules?
Oh, thank you so much. I can't answer it. Maybe I'll ask our experts here from YAM to comment. I don't know that Dr. Siedu is here and Asrat.
I think Asrat left for another meeting.
Yeah.
Just now.
Anyone? Yeah. Anyone who can comment, but that's a very good idea for sure that we need to find those fields where we can do the rapid multiplication. But the thinking was is that we would also want investment in supporting screen houses where we take materials coming from the lab, we multiply there. But having good fields that are free of disease is quite important. I haven't established whether any of our farms have got such kind of fields or not. That's why I wanted to ask Asrat to comment on this as a breeder. Thanks, Bodo. Do you want to add to it?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Asidu, you want to say something?
Oh, hello. Hello. Yeah, I am just back from the clinic and I just hear my name. I only heard about clean fields. Please tell me what the issue is.
This is a comment from Jim Lorenzen. I will read out, probably you can respond. So this sounds like an encouraging and desirable move to come up with an RTB facility that will produce clean planting material for all root and tuber crops within IITA. That's the context. So one principle in potato seed systems is that early generation seeds are planted in remote areas with a low pathogen pressure. Would you have clean fields in which your early generation seed materials can be planted to produce quality field grown propagates?
Yes, Jim is very right. We tried this for yam also, and actually, what is his name? Lavakuma did some studies to identify specific areas where we will have low pressure of particularly the virus, the reinfection rates will be slow enough such that in the early stages of multiplication, you don't have full reinfection. So yes, it's being taken into consideration, but the specific areas that were identified, I'll have to defer to Lava. But this was particularly discussed and Lava was guiding the team on that one. It's mainly the viruses, the nematodes, in that, with the situation of nematodes, I guess in many areas, we could see the areas where there have been long fallows with where we don't have the crops that are particularly susceptible to the root knot. And then if you are putting in a clean yam seedlings, then you wouldn't have that much problem with the yam nematode. So it is important and it's something that is being considered. But Lava will give more detail with respect to the areas identified with respect to reinfection rates for viruses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear Beatrice?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to comment a bit based on some of the work we've been doing on the NIFSWA. We produce a lot of the early generation seed in the screen house because at that stage, we don't need tubers of more than 10 grams. So very intensive production can take place there. Then we don't worry about the viruses. And we also use substrates where we don't worry about the nematodes. So a lot of early generation seed can take place in such environments, producing small whole tubers, which are a lot more productive than the larger tubers that may be produced outside and attract some nematodes and the viruses.
Thank you. Any more comments on this topic? Okay, so then we move on. So I think it's more of an the agenda items that were not a core a part of the product advancement meeting, but I thought it would be good to bring them on for all the stakeholders. I think the first one we already discussed this morning at length about the product life cycle and the stages and that stuff. The next one, the most important one, is the market information and intelligence tool. So we are trying to come up with an application on a mobile phone. Most likely it will be an Android platform where it can be, the two big advantages of this one is the number of respondents on this one is not limited. That's one big advantage. And it doesn't have a limitation on the boundary. So for example, if YAM, we are doing, we ask breeders or social economists or some gender specialists to give us some questions they want to get market information. So we put them on this app, and the same questions can be answered in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, or Benin, just that we have to put that questions in different language for the countries. But otherwise, so without even too much of effort, okay, effort is in translation of those questions, but after that, it's more like they just have to download the app and answer those questions. And the data is coming to IITA centralized database, and the access to the database is given to the breeders and the partners who are contributing to that information. So that is the whole idea of this tool. So why this tool now? And since my joining in this role, and I expressed it a couple of times at different platforms, that there is no central database of all the surveys or the studies that were done across crops within the IITA scope. So if I want to find something, then I have to read through so many publications to get an understanding of what exactly is happening in that space, or a trait or a variety or problem. So this way, and market is dynamic, so keeps changing every 3-4 years for different reasons. The habits or the way they are growing crop keep changes, or the taste also changes, and the urbanization is a good example. So these things are changing, and we also need to catch up with these changes in a certain format to understand and put them into our breeding pipelines, and how we can address this segment of growers or consumers with our breeding pipeline and deliver the products they are required, they need. As a part of this one, so we want to do a pilot study in the nearest future, like in 1 month or 2 months' time. So we'll have two things covered. I think we will have one person covering, bringing all the data of the surveys that were done at the institutional level and putting them on this platform. That is one person trying to do maybe 6 months short-term employment. The other one will be piloted in 3-4 key agriculturally important states within Nigeria to go, and a basic questionnaire will be developed to get that information from different growers. That is one. But on the back of these two things happening, so we want to deploy this app through national partners, where they can deploy it to the extension agents within different local government areas or the farmers they are working with. So eventually in 6 to 8 months' time, we hope to get from different countries for the same crops so much of information on what is happening in their markets for that particular crop. And this, though we are developing the tool now, but in 1 to 2 years' time with proper onboarding, I think this tool will have to be deployed year after year by NARS partners. And the information will be available to them. They will get user access depending upon the access they want. And the validation also is done at the product advancement meeting level. For example, if they say, oh, in Ghana, the yam market is 1 million hectares. And because of that 1 million hectares is coming from different data points within Ghana, and people are saying, okay, this province or this district, we have so much yam hectarage, and the other one, it's just assumption, not the accurate ones. But when it is consolidated at our end, then we look at it, oh, combining all the districts in Ghana, is it this 1 million hectares, is this true? Or I think somewhere we are making some mistake. So I think this platform will help us. On this platform, we look at it and we say, oh, I think it's not 1 million. Then we also cross-check with other databases like FAO or any other open source databases to align our estimate of market area under yam in a particular country or in a particular district to that level, and continue to improve on this database going forward. I think this will help easy, and you don't have to do surveys every 3 years or 4 years, because NARS will have to embrace this tool and start getting this information and come to this product advancement meeting and present the market information. And this is every year this is happening. So then the surveys, maybe there will be very specific topics that are of interest to the research fraternity, and they can do the specific surveys. And even while doing so, the platform we are creating can accommodate any survey that can be done digitally. And I think that's one of the good things we want to come up with. The only request or the support I need from the partners sitting around the table today is like the NAS partners. When we want to pilot this one, please, eventually, I mean, if this goes well, and this will be your tool, and you will have to get this information through your network of growers or extension agents within the Ministry of Agriculture. So it will be your tool. So all I need is when we deploy, I will come back to you to get more information on, or share more information on this, to support this, so that we'll have a centralized database for our mandate crops to start with. And if this works well in our area of operations, for example, maybe this can be extended to other CG space as well. The bigger idea is this should be the one to go to different CG or any other agency they want to use this tool. But currently we want to pilot within IITA for 1, 2, 3, 4 crops and see how it works. And the information we are getting, can it be used in some way to refine our breeding programs, or how can we get to the market with the new released varieties, and which variety is grown where, and which variety we need to target to replace in the marketplace. So these are the things that analysis happens on the back end of that information coming into this tool. The other topic I had in my mind was, I did mention this yesterday. So when the varieties are moving from PLC 5 to PLC 6, I believe the number of varieties will be limited, not more than 6, or if it is more, maybe after first year of on-farm testing, then we say, or PLC 6.1 testing, we say, okay, if these are the 3-4 varieties that we want to nominate for release, I think at that stage we should give them names, not after the release, I think before the release, so that when we go and try and promote these varieties, at least the names are already known to growers, and they don't end up giving more names to the same variety when it's grown or adopted in different parts of the country. I think these are the 2 topics which I had in AOB from my side. Maybe if there are any other topics from anyone, feel free to mention it. Hello? Okay. If there are no further comments or anything to add in this AOB for this meeting, then I will open the floor for the reflections on overall handling of this product advancement meeting and the things to be improved when we come back here next year for YAM product advancement meeting. So the floor is open and feel free to share your feedback. Okay. It's quite silent.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, on a personal note, I have enjoyed the engagement and think that this is a right direction to take. So I'm looking forward to us implementing what we've agreed on, and hopefully this may enable us to sharpen the traits of importance that we can improve to enhance the adoption of our varieties. So it has been a great experience for me, and I'm looking forward to contributing my quota to make it a success. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor. John, Bodo, or other breeders from different countries.
Okay, Chamba here. Yes, I also think that it's a great meeting. Personally, I've never had the opportunity to attend a product meeting like this. The first meeting that was organized in Abuja, we were not able to attend because of the COVID. So I've been exposed to a number of issues, and particularly, let me just highlight this issue of mapping of the varieties, which you stressed on. I think I like that, and I'll be looking forward to trying to map some of the varieties that we have here in the northern part of Ghana. And the last point is also on this, a last point you made on the use of local varieties when we are going on farm. It's a key point. What normally happens is that when you go to the farmer's field with your coded names, once they realize that the variety is a good one, they will release it before you release it. You know, so, and that is why sometimes we have the same variety with multiple names. So if we go with a local name, if they are even picking it, then they will go along with that local name that eventually you use to release the variety. And I thought that is also a great point. On the whole, I think it's a great meeting, and we're looking forward to working with the other partners to make YAM what it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you for inviting to discuss the meeting, how it performed and what has come out. to me, it was a positive surprise to have come in touch with so many stakeholders that are very much interested in furthering the process of creating new varieties and of deploying them in these important countries in Africa. That is great. I also realize that for many of us, this might have been the very first opportunity to come across a product advancement event, which actually comes from the private industry, and it serves specific purposes, as we have seen. We know that we still have some areas to enhance, but on the other hand, we have also seen that the response is very positive by the people, the stakeholders. We have seen that there are already surprisingly many good materials in the pipeline. So we start out from a very promising baseline, would I say. And it would be interesting to somehow record this, because it is a sort of baseline condition to start for this activity for the coming years. And maybe in a year's time or in 5 years' time, when we come together again, we might wish to look back how all this began. And then it would be good to have this summary. For now, if you don't mind, I would like to just throw in a few observations that I've made during these 2 days that relate to several different items. It starts with the selection. So is this convenient for you, Vish?
Yeah, please.
Go through this.
Yeah.
These are 5-6 points, not more. So yesterday we talked a little bit about the procedures of selecting, and we've seen that there are different philosophies, which is fine. It is normal. Breeders are humans, and humans have their preferences. This is okay. So I would like to encourage everybody to go on with that, and to, but not to keep this information for themselves, but to share it, as this has been done yesterday also. And so I've only seen that there seems to be a tendency that specific traits are favored during the selection, and others are more or less kept in the back, or maybe even ignored. And this is something that I had to learn on the hard tour when I was doing some breeding in some crops, that it is always useful to select for all traits and to keep all traits in mind. So the suggestion would be, when you go to select, do not select clones that do not have all the traits that are under selection reaching at least the minimum threshold level. It does not make sense to keep something of a very poor culinary quality when it has high yield. You will never overcome this failure of culinary quality, and without culinary quality, this will never become a successful breeding program. And this relates to the next point that we've seen during the 2 days, that this trait, culinary quality, has been mentioned over and over again. So this is something that is very central to all breeding. And please keep that in mind. It is necessary for all breeders to see the clients. And the clients are the consumers and the farmers. And they have quality requirements which cannot be ignored. When we've seen that, in particular for the yam crop, there is the trait total yield, and there's another trait that relates to dry matter content. Now, in the end, one can have a clone that has a high total yield but low dry matter content. And if this will be promoted because of its high total yield, the people will harvest mostly water, which is probably not in the interest of everybody. So that is why in other crops, there is another trait, which is the total starch yield per area, which summarizes the two. And my suggestion would be to include this starch yield trait into your breeding schemes as a selection criterion. So we have also seen that we got a lot of things to talk through. We've also seen that yesterday, in particular, in the morning, there were some discussions about how many materials to keep and what would be the advantages and disadvantages. I think in the future, the product advancement meeting will become the central point of just taking the collective decisions on some materials. Therefore, it is useful to have these minor questions and problems sorted out in advance of this meeting. Among those that are really involved, please sort out your problems of refining the number, refining some criteria, and just keep the final results for the meeting and present them in a way that they can be followed by others. So use graphics, use photographs, present your products as if they were beautiful clothes, fashion, or whatsoever, and promote them to your audience. Because this is the purpose of this meeting. I think I said it earlier, product advancement is to some part science and facts, but it also includes an art of promoting, of presenting things and pushing them. So we've seen there are a few product profiles, and the product profiles seem to go across several market segments, which is interesting to me. Honestly, I believe there are probably more market segments than these few that are served by the current product profiles. So therefore, my plea would be again, just reinforcing what Vish said before. Please follow up on your markets steadily. Observe what is going on. Observe what is preferred by the people, what is preferred by the consumers, what is the need of the farmers, and what is actually being sold or deployed to the people. This information is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you know how difficult it is to breed a new variety. What you all have to keep in mind, what you all have to bring together into one genotype. And when you are on the wrong track in the beginning because your product profile is not precise and is missing a trait or is evaluating the value of a trait, then you end up with something very quickly where you select for a product that is not necessary for this market, and you throw out all the useful materials. And in order to repair that, you will have to invest more years, and we don't have the time. So please work on the market intelligence, collect this information, keep it at a safe place, consider it of high importance. And then with that information, it should be straightforward to develop good product profiles and to breed for them. But that is the way. The baseline is set by the market demand, and everything else depends on the market. So about the, okay, I think I'll stop here. Thank you, and over to you, Vish, again.
Thanks, Bodo, and I will try and compile all the presentations from different partners and share it with all the stakeholders. I think one of the key things I think I need to do is whatever the advancements that were proposed during this meeting, I need to compile them into and give them a structure so that it is understandable to all of us around in this meeting. So that next year when we come, we would like to know what has happened to those promoted varieties or lines, because in the interest, what is going to happen. So that's one. John, please. John, you raised your hand. You're muted. John, I think you are muted. You raised your hand. Let John. Okay, I don't know if John has some problems, but he rose his hand, and he's muted. Okay, any other reflections on this 2 days meeting that we should consider to improve or to build on what you have started?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Aman. Yes, Dr. Aman.
Yes, Aman. Yes. It was a very good meeting, and with quite a new approach of breeding, very innovative method, with very innovative methods. And I encourage you to do this. I want you to have a meeting with us so that each of us can be on the same level of understanding of the approach. If not, it will be difficult to practice the methods. So maybe by another meeting, it might be virtual. One morning, you take one of the key point you want us to work on, and we can discuss and adopt the methodology so that each of us can apply, use it. So I appreciated the meeting. Maybe for next time, if it is a virtual meeting, you can do it separately to the annual meeting, because I'm sitting in my office I have to be seated here for 4 days, not easy. So maybe we can take 2 days, 1 week, and another 2 days, another week to do this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and your comments are appreciated. And as a part of this feedback, I think we will have a workshop kind of late this year. If everything, the situation becomes a bit more normal because of this COVID, I think then we are much better. I think then I can understand where you are coming from, and you will have a chance to understand where I'm coming from. Then we all can adjust the templates to work together to have a better way of presenting the data, or the format we can come up with together. And I do understand your concern on sitting 4 days in an office continuously. I do understand, and I think we just hope the situation becomes normal, and we will, hopefully next year we'll have face-to-face meeting around the same time. Yeah, that's pretty much from my side. I think, John, okay.
Thank you, Vish. Thanks for this opportunity. I just want to thank everyone for sparing time to come to this meeting. People are very important other meetings that are going on, but they've managed to spare time coming onto this. Like someone just said, that the time can be very long sitting in one place. So it's quite a sacrifice. That's another element that we look at to say, if we do it again using this online format, how can we budget our time? How can we break it into smaller chunks of time so that we don't hold people for a long time? We tried to do it just for 2 hours for soybean, and we found that the time was not enough. So we're still working out on the logistics of fixing the right time. But most importantly, I can also take this opportunity just to comment, make some remarks on some of the things that came through. One of them is the issue of prioritizing the trades. Which trades are very important, which are trades are must-have, which ones are the nice-to-haves. This is a very important exercise, which I think after this meeting, as we go back into our teams, we start working on this, because it need to be very helpful for Vish in driving the product profiles, and also our breeders in designing new products, and also the NAS breeders. You need this kind of information. It's quite important. Like I said this morning, that if we plan very well and breed for the right things that the customers are looking for, that will minimize product failure post-release. We've put so many products out there. Some have not taken off because of seed, but others, maybe we didn't breed for what these farmers and consumers were looking for. So it's quite important that we give serious attention to look at all these traits and benchmark them against what is currently being grown. If you go to KFC in Abberton today, you find they are selling some yam fries. Definitely they've got a product profile, the kind of a tuber that they prefer to use to make some French fries. This applies to so many other processors. So it means we have to look at all these elements and get the points together. Another important one was the product life cycle stages, the PLC, the mapping of the varieties. We may not have all the information together, but before we even do a formal study on it, we should have some baseline information and then start mapping out those varieties that we have information on. Those that we don't have, then put them aside, mention them, and then we'll find a way of doing it. But going forward, that's why we are looking at designing a market intelligence tool that we can use to monitor the varieties post-release and to continuously also obtain feedback from both the consumers and the farmers regarding these varieties. For a meeting like this and any other strategy or planning meeting, it's very important to start by looking at the intelligence that is coming in as far as products are concerned. What kind of market share a product that was out 5 years ago is taken? It hasn't taken off. What are the reasons? Do we breed for the wrong things or we have not produced the seed? So these are all important questions that going into the future, we should prepare ourselves to be answering. And then we design products based on that information. So it will enable us to take decisions based on data. Also so important was the interaction of several experts in this meeting, from people like me who are doing YAM 101 introduction course to the crop itself. The season, the experts are coming together. It's quite rich that with enough expertise to come up with all this information in the shortest time possible. So I'd like to thank everyone again for that, for the expertise that is there. The other thing is that we can do it. That's what we discovered, that we can do it. There are people who have been exposed to this for the first time. Others have had another different exposure. But we all seem to agree that although there are challenges, feeding challenges that take off, but we can do it and we can focus ourselves, work on the challenges, come up with the proper implementation mechanism that we can implement going forward. But most importantly, we also did not in most discussions check whether the things that we say we are going to be advancing, do we have seed for those things that we are going to advance? We want to put them into NPT trials. Do we have seed to support those trials? So whatever stage you are moving materials into, they have to be supported by a minimum quantity of seed that is required for that process. That's why we are looking at the RTB's facility, is to say, let's integrate breeder seed production with our breeding and testing program, so that by the time we say we are taking it to stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, 5 into 6, we have the minimum product that will enable that variety to be launched and to start commercializing. We try to reduce that kind of gap. So it is quite important that in the next meetings, we'll be able to comment on seed production and also comment on how easy is it to produce the seed. A variety can be the highest yielding, but maybe the multiplication rates of that variety for us to get it onto the market might not be viable. So there are a number of things that we need also to look at integration of product research as we go along. It will be important to hear a report of production research during this kind of meeting. What are they doing to the varieties? What are they finding out? The variety is very good on yield, very good on oxidation, but can we produce it viably? It's a very important question. I'm sure there is variation of varieties in that regard of producibility. But most importantly is the customer focus that we want to achieve. Say, as we are doing this, let's involve everyone who is going to be involved. There may be some people that we didn't invite to this meeting because we didn't know, but we are learning, and we've identified maybe that certain people from certain countries who may not be breeders, but they might have a contribution to this meeting. please help us to identify those people and their expertise. They can always be invited to this meeting and contribute to it. Coming again to the mechanism of implementation of the meeting, we are saying we are ready to go for a continuous improvement process, whereby we've started with this meeting today. We knew it was an inaugural meeting, and we're ready to go for the challenges because we had to start from somewhere. In the industry, they say the best way to start is to start. You've got to start whatever the situation. So we have started with this kind of formal product advancement process. We identify the areas that we want to fix, the areas that want to do more research, the areas where we would like to do some benchmarks with other organizations which are taking a similar process. And then definitely our second edition of the same meeting or process will be very, very improved in one way or another. It wouldn't be perfect, but it will be better than this one if we provide all the feedback that is required. And I'm here, people have been quite open, bring out all those issues. There are other comments you have not made, kindly send them. We need that information to improve the mechanism. So in that regard, we have discussions next week that we'll be doing with our colleagues in the Modern Breeding Project. From there, we'll look at how they've implemented this process in North America, for example, where the target farmer is a commercial farmer, highly resourced, but they are also operating in the third world environment, like they're selling seed in Africa. Whatever is also doing the same, how they have, if they applied the same principles where they are targeting the smallholder farmer, where the information is not readily available about the customer. So we are trying to discuss and benchmark to come up with a model that is appropriate to our situation of public breeding, targeting the smallholder farmer, limited information available. You may use FAO information, but you are not sure how that information has been collected. We need a way whereby we validate that information continuously. So the marketing intelligence tool that Jens was talking about is one thing that we've been discussing with excellence in breeding to say is one has to be prioritized so that we start the information gathering as soon as possible. Otherwise, these are the few comments that I'm making, but I'm encouraging the discussions about this process to continue even offline, and we get all the feedback to come together again and build a better one that will enable us to deliver the varieties that we need to deliver to the farmers in the shortest time possible. Vish, thank you very much. And for everyone who attended, I would like to thank you again and again. Thanks, Vish.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Yeah, Jim, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Vish. I've appreciated being able to attend parts of these meetings over the last 2 days. Sorry, I didn't get up super early in the morning to be at the very beginning. But and it was really good to see many people that I know, see others were online who I don't know. And I appreciate all the work that went into this. So, you know, as John just said, the best way to start is to start. I think there were some really important things said in by the last couple of speakers. And one is one that I had wanted to highlight for some of the experts coming in to help lead breeding who maybe have a cereal or grain background and don't know the RTB crops. And that is, and Bodo referred to this maybe too quickly, but for crops like RTBs, where there's so many traits segregating, so many that are important for culinary qualities, what you see is that breeding programs track a lot more traits than would be tracked by a typical grain breeding program. And while they can't have them all as priority traits that they need to make progress on, they have to have thresholds, acceptable thresholds. And so you may find that a company that's breeding potatoes will, for any given product profile, have 25 or 30 traits that they actually are tracking and making sure they're within acceptable standards, even though they're only focusing on a relative handful, maybe 5 or 7 or 10, that they're actively breeding to improve the levels of those traits. So that's a really important concept that's common across the RTB breeding community. And just like grain breeders look at the components of grain yield and maybe are looking at that, within food quality, there's a number of attributes. And so the RTB Foods Project is helping define those for the RTB crops so that there can be more precision in delivering the type of texture, the type of flavor, the type of aroma that go into what's called good taste, which is a composite of many different aspects. And John, thank you for bringing up the area of producibility with regard to seed. And I've been increasingly aware of this as something that RTB breeders really need to start monitoring and being able to tell the early generation seed producers what they are, and probably needs to become a criterion for selection. Because you can have a fantastic variety that has high yield and good properties, is well received, but if you can't produce a seed, it also won't grow and meet market demand. So I agree, this area of producibility is probably one that needs to be raised in priority for RTB crops, because after variety release, or even ideally before variety release, you need to be able to produce a seed. And if it's very difficult to bring into tissue culture, to multiply in tissue culture, to have decent multiplication rates in the field after it's in farmer hands, it probably won't be one that gets highly adopted. So just a few thoughts to emphasize what I've been hearing, but a really good start, and I look forward to improvements that you'll be making in these meetings in coming years. So thank you very much, and it was a pleasure to participate.
Thank you, Jim. Any more comments? Dr. Patrick? No comments? Okay. Okay, so before I hand over this mic to Patrick, because he wants to make some announcement for tomorrow's, so I would like to thank all the participants and for the great, okay, Dr. Asidu, please, sorry.
Yeah, no worries, Vish. Thank you very much. And no, there has been some very, very important points made already. It's just out of those points, one that I wanted to highlight is the fact that, yes, I fully agree. We have to start, and it's excellent that we have started. Just so that as we go along, the data collection, sort of ancillary data that would allow us to sharpen what we are doing. And I will use, for example, some of the information that we have held as yam researchers in the region over time, which we have not questioned very well, and we need to question and we need to update them. And we could only do that by tapping on sort of studies that are made. This is comprehensive studies that are made in objective fashion, so that we can improve some of the data that we quote and use as basis for our decisions. I'll give two examples. One is, for instance, the relative importance of the water yam compared to the white yam. And over time, what is the trend? So we release some varieties of white yam, some varieties of water yam. In any particular country, at this point in time, I mean, we make guesses as to how important, the relative importance of the species. And we always say, okay, Cote d'Ivoire is where Alata is very important. We've held that view for some years. whether there are studies by some of the universities in the countries that we can tap on, or we need to commission some of those studies ourselves. It's important that over time we get more objective data on these things. The other issue would be, there was a lot of talk about the oxidation. It's very important. But it also reminds me that I don't have the exact figures, but if you take Southwest Nigeria going into Benin Republic, where the processed yam, traditional processing of yam is very important, and very dark color actually is preferred in the amala, the food product that is made out of it. Now, what proportion of that, how important is it? Maybe it was discussed at some point, but I didn't hear much about that. But how, for those of us who are from the background of, say, pounded yam, sort of going for white, that is very important. But is it important that, say, Southwest Nigeria, you take Lagos State, Ogun State, Oyo, all those states in the West, and Benin Republic? It's a very important product, but again, objectively, we don't have good data to tell us that, no, by saying that maybe we are moving away from that color. Those who traditionally use that would say that if it is not that color, they would say it is adulterated, and therefore it is important to them. But again, as breeders, we will need more objective data. So I'm just highlighting that either we commission some of those studies to clarify some of these for us, or we tap on studies that are being made by other colleagues in social sciences from the universities or from the research institutes. But excellent meeting, very good start. I'm very happy with it. I look forward to further meetings like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. So from my side, I'm happy that we started with a great start and a lot of contributions and a lot of areas of improvement for us going forward. And I think I will still work towards organizing a workshop with the key stakeholders, with the partners, NAS partners, towards the end of this year to align all of us on the same way of using template and how the data has to be presented, and working on the must-win trades, and also on the have a good feel of the portfolio we have so far in each of this where the crop is very important, and try to extend this invitation to other countries where yam is maybe it's still a small crop, but still it's a yam. So we should start looking at that part as well, considering Central Africa or East Africa, if there is any interest. The one last thing before I sign off is like, I see this last week of March is always, I mean, I want to block last week of March for product advancement meeting, even for next year, so that I'm trying to give in advance, so that please keep your calendars open, or right after this meeting, I'm going to block your calendars for the next year for this week. Maybe I'm blunt or straightforward, but that's how. Otherwise, if I'm sending an invite in early January, then people are too busy saying that, oh, they are already committed for this week, and finding a slot which is convenient for everybody is becoming difficult with so many projects or activities going on around. So kindly block your calendars for last week of March 2022 for the same product advancement meeting, and more details will come sooner. It could be a face-to-face meeting. I'm hoping for that one. Thank you. And I hand this mic to Patrick. Dr. Patrick, I think for some announcements for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Vish, for anchoring this meeting. Actually, this is the second product advancement meeting. It's not the first, it's the second one. The first one was held in Abuja and a lot of people attended. And it was a physical meeting, not virtual. So, but every day, every time, I think this is a bit better. And I believe that the next meeting will be even more better than this. So thank you very much. Tomorrow we're starting our annual meeting. It will be for tomorrow and next tomorrow. It's just 2 days. We've learned a lot from this meeting in terms of IT failures or the first few minutes of the meeting. So I want to make sure that that doesn't happen again tomorrow. Please, the IT, be here by 8:30. The meeting will be starting at 9:30, but please, I want you to be here by 8:30 so that we test all our gadgets and make sure that we are not losing time when we actually start. For everybody that is online, I want to thank you for your patience. I know it's not easy to be here for 4 days, but it's been fruitful. We've learned a lot. We've been able to interact a lot. And I believe that it's a time that is well spent and is worth it. So thank you very much. I hope you will also join us tomorrow for the AfricaYam Phase 2 first annual meeting. We'll be talking a lot on what we have achieved so far, despite the pandemic situation. So thank you very much. If there's nothing more to contribute, I want to declare this Product Advancement and Refinement meeting closed. Thank you very much.